All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, September 9th. It is 9:02 or 9, depending on which clock you look at. All council members are present, town attorney, town manager, town clerk. Just a quick couple of things. We're going to take, it's going to be a long meeting today. It's going to be a long meeting day for everyone, so we're going to try to take a 5-minute break every 2 hours, just so people can use the conversation if they need to. And then at around 12 o'clock, depending on where we're at, we're gonna recess for a lunch at about 12 or whenever we get done with whatever item we're on at that time. With that, please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Accept our thanks for this day with all its blessings and opportunities. Thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. We meet today asking for guidance, wisdom, and support to engage in meaningful discussion for our leaders as they render service to our fellow citizens and community. Ready us to make every moment count. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. There is item A under public hearings. 51 Pearl Street has asked for a continuance, I believe is what you said, Madam Attorney. And then Barbara Hill is here for Mound House / Seal Cab to do, that's not on here, but she's going to be speaking under advisory committees. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to recommend that the 12, I believe it's 12D, 11D be pulled and set it to a special meeting between the LPA, a special voting meeting between the LPA and the town council, and that the town clerk contact the individuals to get that meeting set.
Meeting
Correct.
between the two.
Yes, sir.
That was 11E.
D, public hearing D.
D, the ordinance 2410 comprehensive plan adoption hearing.
Thank you.
Is there any other changes? Is there any other? Go ahead.
Mr. Town Manager, I mean, we've had a lot of input on this issue, and I'm curious why we're delaying it further. Could you just elaborate a little bit on what your strategic thinking is?
Just some of the input that I've received from some of the staff and some of the council, that I think that it's just gonna be better if we have a joint meeting to just qualify and define and have a better understanding of everything that's gonna be voted on.
Is
Just,
it,
and I think it's more for staff than it is for council, but I mean, that's just my recommendation.
is it your intention then to have give some definitive guidance then at that meeting? Will we actually make decisions at that meeting?
Absolutely. It would be a voting meeting, yes, that
Okay.
it would be both a council and the LPA would vote to recommend something, and then the council would vote immediately on that to make that. It would be a special meeting that I feel like would take up a better use of time.
So people will have some certainty after that meeting?
That
then?
is correct.
All right, thank you.
And there will be public comment allowed?
Yes,
Is
sir,
that
that's correct.
Well, is there a date in mind for
I
that?
I
or-
was gonna ask the clerk to reach out and to both board and council to see what's available, as soon as possible, though.
Okay.
Are there any other changes to the agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Move to approve as amended. Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Stafford.
Stafford.
I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to do it. Sorry. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
Yep, first up is Ron Fleming, followed by Steve Johnson.
Good morning,
Good morning.
council, staff, community members. My name's Ron Fleming. I live where the Shamrock used to be, that street. I ride my bicycle daily on the beach, most days. I've been watching the progression of the salmon nourishment I'm glad to see it. It looks good. But for the first time, about 10 days ago, I was actually on the beach. And we were told when this renourishment was going to start, that a site was selected that was going to dredge and pump the sand onto our beach to what we were used to, which is sugar white shell, basically shell-free. Well, it's not. I dropped the box off here Monday or Friday morning for staff to see. There was no one here, but it was in the morning. So for those of you who haven't seen there, I bought a sample for you to look at. Now, I got this last late afternoon. It's still a little bit wet, but what you'll see is it is full of shell, rock, and innumerable shards. You can't see the shards now because it's wet, but I ask you, not today, of course, to go down the pink shell area, take your shoes off, and walk the beach. It's not what we were told we were going to get. It is not what, it's not the sand that we've had. It's nowhere near the sand that was trucked in. There's a shell here and there. I mean, that happens. But it's clean. This is, I'll call it spoil. That's how bad it is. Couple of days, this should have been stopped and find out why we're using this sand. Well, it wasn't. But I implore you tomorrow to go down to the beach and see for yourself. In the short term, this will have no impact on our beach. Whatever projects you approve will continue. The houses, most of which are being designed for rentals, that will all continue. But in 5 to 10 years, when people start coming here and we become known as having the worst sand on the entire West Coast and panhandle of Florida, then the people will stop coming. I don't want to be an alarmist, but I believe, you know, and you guys, you know, look at this. I mean, it's
Ron,
terrible.
You just
Thank
leave it here and we'll take a
Yeah.
look at it during the break.
Yeah, can you
Alright.
pass it around?
Yeah, leave it there. We'll take a look at it between,
Who wants it
You
first?
sit,
put it, yeah.
Wait.
just on the ground there.
Don't fill up Sarah's backpack.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Steve Johnson. Steve will be followed by Jennifer Rusk.
Morning, council, staff. It's nice to see y'all. My name's Steve Johnson. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I'm really here to talk about two things. One is the agenda item I, which is the FAR, and I understand that I'm speaking of public comment, and this won't be read in for that particular agenda item, as well as the agenda item you've just discussed with Town Manager Hyatt, which is the adoption of the new comprehensive plan. They sort of go together in my mind. First of all, I implore the council not to move forward with the new FAR legislation that you're suggesting. I think to give developers rights that really belong to the voting constituency of this island is incorrect. I don't think that's a position that the council needs to include the community as well as in the comprehensive plan adoption. As you all remember back, or certainly have historical knowledge of, the town becoming incorporated and the issues that sort of prompted that, one of those being height. Typically with comprehensive plans, there are charrettes, there's community involvement, there's a debate, there's opinions that are bandied about as to what the vision of this town is going to be. Certainly after something as disastrous as Hurricane Ian, the whole town's going to be rebuilt. We all know that, and we're seeing it with our own eyes. But at what point has the community really voiced their opinion on what direction this is going to travel in? I know there's been a couple of meetings concerning the LDC and the comp plan, but as you all know, people are distracted. I don't think everybody's back to where they need to be. And I'm, again, asking the council to consider the voice of the community and exactly where this town heads with regards to density, intensity, height, rezoning, all of those things that are listed right here in that agenda item. So that's all I have for today, and thank you for your time as always.
Thanks, Steve.
Jennifer Rusk. After Jennifer, that's all I have signed up.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, town council and town staff. I'm gonna try and not be so emotional, but it's been a rough morning for me. I came across a dead female sea turtle this morning on our beach, and then as I was coming here, I came across a big blue hose coming from a new development that is draining out of a pool right into our drain. Not only into our drain, but they actually took zip ties and zip tied it to our drain. That is going to cause, we're already having issues with flooding on our street. And when you have development and they're actually taking hoses and taking sediment from a hole that is 10 feet deep and taking that water and putting it into our drain systems, I do know there is a proper way of doing that, but this is a new development. When I approached them, I videoed it. They told me to go back up north and that I didn't have a say, and that, anyhow, a rough morning. I'm gonna make a formal complaint with compliance, but the nice lady told me that she has over 900 complaints and that basically I need to fill out the paperwork and get in line. We need help on this island with code enforcement, environmental issues. We do, we need help. And I appreciate all of your hard work. I know what you all are doing right now is incredible, and I know it's a lot of work. But as a resident, as a full-time resident, I need a hand, a helping hand in making sure that my house doesn't flood, and my neighbors don't flood. And I have other comments in regards to the comp plan. I really hope that you all keep to the comp plan. I believe our public, and our benefits to our public and to the residents, our beach accesses and parks and green spaces. I think it's very important that we keep that comp plan and balance with the natural habitats. And I believe that you all need to really keep that in mind when you're making decisions. I've had so many emails from people, residents that I don't even know, coming to me and letting me know that they stand behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Next is local achievements and recognitions. Scott?
Well, I hope everybody comes out on Saturday to revive the vibe. I think it was a great event last year, and I'm looking forward to what they have going on this Saturday.
Karen?
I just want to bring up the ribbon cutting that we had for the first brand-new house. Is that a while ago, or is it, I can't even remember when that was, but we had a ribbon cutting for Homebound with the first newly built house, and it's not Andre Mar, it's on Hibiscus, Zekele family, and it was outstanding. And it just shows, they have worked so hard, and I know everybody else is working so hard to get
their homes back in order, hopefully their businesses back in order. And I think we just need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and working as a team and getting all of your input out there, and appreciate it. I spent my weekend with over 100 emails answering, so appreciate the input.
Vice Mayor?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to recognize our town leadership and town staff. This past week, we had made an announcement as a town that the town of Fort Myers Beach was awarded over $13 million from Lee County CDBG-DR funding. And I'm a little afraid that it got lost in the news cycle. And so normally I would wait till the end of the meeting, but since this is such a long meeting and we have a lot of viewers in the front end of the meeting, I wonder, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask for unanimous consent to proceed out of order for just 2 minutes and let the town manager and/or Frankie discuss just a little bit about how that $13 million award will impact Fort Myers Beach, because I really think it's transformative.
I have no issues.
Very good. Mr. Town Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And time.
Anytime you get an influx of $13 million, you know, it's not that you get it, it's what you do with it. I think there's been a lot of priorities that we've placed. Obviously, stormwater, you know, we just heard Jennifer talk about that is a priority. We're working on that. The street lighting, you know, working on that project. But then there's also the other things, amenities, things of that nature, our parks, our potable water, which we all find near and dear to our hearts, obviously. So as we move into the round of funding with this, and again, I say round because I believe and we're confident there'll be more rounds of funding coming. This is just like the second part of several rounds and parts that'll be coming from that CDBG-DR. The focus is going to be on the North Tower, complete reconstruction of that.
Take a second and go a little more, give a little more detail on what you mean by the North Tower. Just break that down just a little bit for people.
That's the one down by Times Square near Lynn Hall Park.
You're talking about the water storage tower.
The water storage tank, yes, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, my apologies. And I'll let Frankie pipe in here momentarily, but yeah, we'll be seeing a total reconstruction of that. And one thing that I think that I'll see there, that I would see, is that we want to not make it so industrial. Want to make it blend the community and blend the neighborhood, so it will be a different kind of design. It won't be just a standard
Tin box.
tin box. Yeah, it's a good question. Or an institutional looking facility. It'll be more of a design that fits the neighborhood. We think that's important to the island, and as we talked about tourism and things like that. I think that's something, because that's in a very high profile area. This one on the south end is buried a little bit back, so it's not as high profile. So we'll be working on that. The other thing that is near and dear to us is our park system, and so Newton Park will be getting a facelift. That, you know, when you get an influx of a $4+ million to do a small park like that, that's going to be a significant impact. Obviously, it can't go back the way it was because of FEMA regulations, but we're going to get, you know, work with BORCAB. We're going to work with, the council to make sure that we get that, you know, right for the next, you know, generational, I heard that term the other day, generational decisions that we're making with some of this money. And what we're going to see is, as we move forward into this, you know, again, and I've said this before, we don't want people to say, oh, they got $15 million. Oh my, what did they do with that? Look what they did with that. You know, we want them to say, oh, they were thinking, look what they did with that. So that's how we're kind of did with the town hall as well, when we found the right location, the right fit. And then again, the swimming pool. I don't want everybody to just think, and we've talked to the staff, and I've talked to some of you about just the generic type of pool we have. It'll still have everything that we need, but we want to expand it a little bit and make it a little more, I'm going to use the term resort style, you know, tourist friendly, neighborhood friendly. It's going to be a little different. Again, not going to stick with institutional style, commercial style pools. We're going to try to get a little more creative. Again, we'll work with BORCAB. We'll do all those things to make sure that we are just changing. Even the park, even here where we're sitting now, as we get these trailers out, you know, maybe we want to reimagine a little bit and say, what else can we do here? What's the biggest need? Is it necessarily a baseball field? I don't know, but I think we got a chance to, let's look at things. Frankie, I'm going to turn it to you and let you offer anything that you'd like to.
Yeah, the projects that we've looked at were projects that we couldn't get funding other places without really trying to shave off what we our intent was. So this allowed us the freedom and the room to expand our projects. The CDBGR funding for these buckets that were available for infrastructure, the minimum ask was $5 million. So you had to expand your project if you had a small project. Jason Freeman was instrumental in getting this going for our staff, along with Felicity and Ashley from Tidal Basin. Those three deserve the lion's share of all the credit as far as getting this all together. It's easy to sit here and come up with a concept. It's a lot harder than that to come up and actually get the project going. And as the town manager said, the North Tower is going to be totally reimagined, as will the pool. Our biggest hurdle in imagining, so to speak, was Newton Park. And with the help of Jeff Hauge, our Parks and Rec director, sorry, stumbling for words, it really kind of hit home as far as what we could do. We also took a lot of suggestions from the R2P2 folks when they were in town, and some of the renderings that they had. So again, everything is still in the preliminary stages. The funding is there for us to use. It has to be used on these projects. Whatever isn't used has to go back to the CDBGR funds.
I could add two things.
Before you do, Mr. Chapman, just one more quick thing, and I know we had a long meeting, but this is so important. Would you just take another minute, Frankie, and discuss how this North Tower renovation will enhance the overall infrastructure for Fort Myers Beach? Just spend a minute on explaining how that will enhance our resiliency and just capabilities on Fort Myers Beach.
Yes, sir. It's a twofold program and our project, and with the help of Dave Harner and Glenn Sawyer, our partners with the county, they took the Moss Marine booster station that was there. They're moving that to the other side as one of their projects, to the other side of the bay. That's going to give us a brand-new pumping facility of water, potable water, to the island. That's going to increase the water pressure on this island exponentially, especially in account for future growth. That'll take us about 15 years out with future growth. When looking at the North Tower was down prior to Ian coming and making landfall. The tank itself was down for repair. The infrastructure around it, surrounding it, the pumps, the main piping, and the regulatory shack that we call it, the tower that was there with all the meters in it and whatnot, was almost totally devastated. So in trying to get a project that we could encompass a brand new tank and new infrastructure around it, this seemed to be the logical step forward for us. We had a couple of preliminary discussions with Glenn Sawyer from Lee County, and with Dave Harner, and they've been great partners throughout this whole thing. What it's going to do when it's finished, it's going to allow the town to have two functioning storage facilities, one at the north, one at the south. Currently, we take our water that comes through the booster station, we pump it to our south tank. We use it during the day, they fill at night. It's a great little system, but you also need that backup. The new tower will allow us to keep both tanks filled, keep the pressure up, roughly around that 70 PSI throughout the system. That doesn't mean that when you turn the tap on, in the shower, you're gonna get blown away. It just means that it's gonna have a lot better flow than what we've had historically here on the island. And with constant pressure in the line, what that'll do is with ever development that comes forward in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll be able to meet those demands. So that's what we're looking for, is just not future-proofing it, but future-proofing it, if that makes sense.
I'm glad you said that part because that wasn't in the original release, that $14+ million for that pump station being relocated. Even though it's not technically coming to the town of Fort Myers Beach directly, it directly impacts our infrastructure.
Without a doubt, sir.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
close to $30 million in
It is.
CDBGR
It is.
funding that came our way because of that.
And
this
again, it's
round,
a
so.
huge thank to Lee County for thinking of that and partnering with us on that.
One other thing, Frankie mentioned one of the things. The other thing is, I was asked by another city in Lee County, why didn't you go for more money? Why didn't you go? Well, we felt like there were projects that we could manage and we could accomplish, get them completed. We also are under the understanding there'll be other opportunities, so we need to manage what we could manage, not get so much that we just couldn't manage the projects and get them accomplished in a reasonable amount of time. We felt like that was important to us, to the community, to get projects we could, a couple of them we possibly could get accomplished in less than a year. You get too many big projects, like building a town hall. If we were to build one, I mean, that's a 3 to 5, 6 year project. And now, in less than 6, 8 months, we're gonna be in our facility. So, we're trying to be a little more proactive in how we respond to the community and get it built. But I know it's coming up on 2 years, but by the same token, I think we've got some synergy, and then this funding makes a big difference, and I know Joe's happy.
Just great job to you and your team and to everybody involved in this. It's a huge lift, so thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor King?
I'll recognize town staff also in a different way. I drive from the complete south end up to here at least every day, and it's been nice to watch the Public Works folks out doing their hard work in the heat and the humidity, cleaning up the area between the sidewalk and the curb, so I appreciate that. One of the reasons I come up to this end is to work out at Bay Oaks almost every day. And it was nice one day, I think it was last Thursday, to see the Special Olympics Florida Lee County were using the facilities, and to learn from Danielle DeBona and Shanette Thomas that they'd been to a workshop at FGCU, and those folks needed a place to practice. They've got a tournament coming up for pickleball, and it was just a real pleasure to watch, and thank you for staff for reaching out and accomplishing that. And also Jacob Trujillo. I know he's had a few issues with some sound in the last few days and the last few meetings, but I will say that so thanks, Jacob.
Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. Anything else?
That'll do it.
All right. I'll just very quickly reiterate, the CDBGR thing was on my list to bring up. Special thanks to Frankie and Jason, Rebecca Link. She was very instrumental in helping Tidal Basin and obviously Lee County for, they ranked, of the projects we put in, they were ranked in the top 10. So of over, I believe it was 100, or roughly 100 projects, our projects were ranked in the top 10. So that just goes to show you the amount of time and energy and expertise that was put into writing these things to make sure that we got the money that we needed to rebuild our infrastructure, at least part of it. So good job to you guys.
Maybe if I could add one
Yes,
thing
sir.
while we're still on that subject. I remember not too long ago, we were all looking at each other talking, we're not getting any of that money. We're not gonna fit the need, we're not gonna meet the federal requirements, but we did. And it gives me goosebumps to know that we, you two, collectively are, getting back and working to make it better than it ever was before, so
Very good.
thank you for everything.
All right, next is advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. Miss Barbara Hill is here for Mound House / Cell Cab. I'll let you choose,
Okay.
or both.
Only one today, thank you. Good morning, everyone, members of council and staff. My name is Barbara Hill. I'm chair of the CellCab Advisory Board, and so I'm here to give you a report. And first, I want to congratulate the town council members and the staff for making that $13 million a reality. It is a huge accomplishment, and so I know our town's going to benefit in many ways. This is going to fund, obviously, among other key projects, the redevelopment of Newton Beach Park, which you've just spoken about. And I wanted you to know that over the summer, after Ian had destroyed the Gulfront facility in 2022, we've been working, CellCab's been working with staff and with the planners that came in to redevelop this back into another passive recreation park, but with improvements, which is a plus for the community and for the public. But now with this funding, I understand that we have $5 million that will be going into Newton Beach Park. We look forward to having an additional conversation about just what that will look like, and so CellCab stands ready to facilitate that project with this additional funding. CellCab also looks forward to a joint meeting with all of you next week to meet with the peer reviewer from the American Alliance for Museums to discuss the Mound House Museum Assessment Program, and that's the MAP program, and the progress that we've made to date, and how the town council and the staff and the vested community volunteers can best work together. as the peer reviewer had apparently mentioned, there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of people that have been involved in the Mound House specifically, and so we're looking to clarify not only the operations but also the governance. So we're looking at the status of the inventory of our Mound House artifacts, and to that end, we are also reviewing the draft of the new collections management policy. This is all in keeping with best museum practices that we hope to accomplish in the coming months, if not years. Since the town is updating its strategic plan, CELCAB requests that the strategic plans for the Mound House and for Newton Park, both approved by council years ago and also in need of updating, be a part of that conversation. So, you know, the town has its general strategic plan. We devised our strategic plan, which was reviewed and approved by council years ago. Maybe we can dovetail those documents so that it's more clear and that it has greater power in terms of implementation. The Mound House is right now newly refreshed with beautiful new landscaping and new wayfinding signs that were recently installed. We are now ready for the new season to begin. CELCAB appreciates council's support in budgeting funds for Phase 1, currently underway, to make the underground exhibit more resilient. So we're thanking the budget department for making that funding happen. We do have Phase 2 that needs to happen, and that calls for new exhibit components to make this core program of the museum truly operational once again as an interactive exhibit. And frankly, we don't have funding for that. Perhaps some of the funding from this 13 million could be used for making that underground exhibit fully open, operational as it was originally designed to do. So I believe that is all I have for this morning. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions for Barbara? Vice Mayor?
Barbara, just real quick, just a chance to toot the staff at the Mound House horn a little bit. Would you just briefly touch on how this joint meeting that we're having on the 19th with the
Yes.
council and CELCAB, would you just discuss how rare this accreditation is that the Mound House is seeking and what a kind of an honor it is if we were to be successful in
It
that
is,
quest?
and I just have to thank the Mound House staff and Jeff and council for supporting that initiative. It is a very rigorous process. Currently, there's only one museum in all of Southwest Florida that is museum accredited, and that's the Shell Museum. So if the Shell Museum can do it, we can do it. For example, the Naples Museum of Art is not accredited, and there are reasons why they don't want to pursue this process, but we feel it's the appropriate thing to do given the fact that we have such an incredible mission. So it's rare, it's rigorous, and it's a huge honor when we finally achieve that designation.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Barbara? John?
None.
Karen?
Okay.
Scott?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks, Barbara.
The only other thing that's on there, one of the LPA members, we've already covered it, I guess. They weren't able to be here, but they wanted to formally ask for a joint meeting to discuss some of the things that have already been brought up, but we've already covered that. So I told them I would bring that up for them. Next is the approval of the minutes. Emergency Town Council meeting from August 5th, 2024, and the Town Council meeting from August 19th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve those.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. All resolutions extending the state of a local emergency for the 3 named storms that we've gone through over the last 2 years. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I have one comment on those. Page 38, 43, 48, and 53, the date is August 9th. It should be September 9th. Okay, other than that,
Okay.
it's great.
Is that a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, good. Motion by Counselor Safford. Is there a
Second.
second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next are our public hearings. Do you want me to read this first? Or do you want to do this before those? Okay. The next two items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with the changes that were made to your agenda today, what is remaining in, that are quasi judicial are 2 rezonings. So these rezonings are quasi judicial in nature, and this requires that our public hearing comply with some procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So our quasi judicial proceedings, these are less formal than the proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting, and they must follow the basic standards of due process that requires certain notices to have been made, the application of the correct standards, and that your decisions are based on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to you either verbally in testimony or in written documents. So once the testimony or the evidence is presented to you for each item, you'll draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria that is in your land development code, your comprehensive plan, or state law may be applicable and has been satisfied. So pure speculation or just opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the town council in evaluating whether these criteria have been satisfied. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been viewed as competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or their testimony which is based on their current personal knowledge. So members of the public, if you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin these public hearings, we would like to go ahead and dispose of a few matters. So I need to ask the town clerk if the agenda items that have been referenced have been properly advertised or noticed pursuant to our land development code.
Yes, they have been.
Thank you. And at this time, if any council members has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these 2 rezonings, this is the time to disclose it for the record so that we can ascertain that we do have a quorum present for the deliberation.
Counselor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Woodson?
I do not.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I do have a conflict with the Margaritaville hearing. I will fill out the proper forms with the town clerk.
Okay. And with the mayor's abstention from that vote, we still have a quorum present, so we can proceed. At this time, we'd like to go ahead and swear in, have the oath administered to anyone who would like to provide testimony today, which would be staff and any members of the public.
If you'll all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
So Mayor, at this time, it would be appropriate for you to request ex parte disclosures.
Okay. Scott, do you want to do that
Oh,
before
we
we
should actually
read
read the
item?
title.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry
I'm
about
following
that.
the sheet. Come on.
Oops.
The first item is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-18 entitled "An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a request to rezone the property located at 1668 I Street, generally identified as strap number 19-46-24-W4-0070B.0110, Fort Myers Beach, from downtown to commercial plan development CPD zoning, with deviations for a bar and residence, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I think I've been there a couple times since the last meeting and enjoying some music and a sunset, and I've spoken to Greg, the owner.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I have not.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Nothing since the first hearing.
Counselor King?
None.
Since the first hearing, I have been to the property. I have spoken with the applicant one time since the last meeting, or since the last hearing. Are you going to be there? Okay. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by the town council, and based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Mr. Inc.? I think they've already been qualified.
I've been qualified.
They've both been qualified, so.
Okay.
Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They are nodding their head yes. Please proceed.
Good morning, Sarah Probst for Community Development. James Inc., on behalf of B&B Properties of Fort Myers Beach, owner of 1668 I Street, is requesting rezoning from downtown to commercial plan development for the redevelopment of a bar and dwelling unit. The residential use is allowed in the downtown zoning district, and the bar use received approvals through Lee County Special Permit Case 95-10-173 and has been in operation since 1995. The proposed development will contain a ground floor open use bar area with a retail area also. It will be open to the beach where sand seating is located. A residence is proposed on the second and third floor of the structure. The applicant is requesting a CPD in order to allow and to increase the allowable floor area ratio from 1.0 to 1.4 to allow additional square footage of the proposed development. The parcel is located in a portion of the downtown zoning district with a 1.0 FAR, and the lot contains only 4,159 square feet within the downtown zoning district. The remainder of the lot is in the EC zoning district. An FAR of 1.0 would allow a maximum of 4,159 square feet. The proposed gross floor area of the development is 5,822. This is the second public hearing for this request. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay. Counselor King, questions for Sarah?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor Hall?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
Not yet.
Counselor Safford?
Not right now.
I do not have any as well.
Thank you.
James?
Morning, Mayor, Council. For the record, Jim Enck, have been deemed an expert in this matter. And as Sarah has read into the record, we agree with everything that was there, with just one caveat note to the fact that this was an existing facility. It had 2 residential units, a single family and an apartment, and we are reducing that to 1 single family with the beach bar use underneath.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Inc.? Vice Mayor?
Is the owner of the establishment here today?
Yes, he is.
I just think it's helpful. We did this at the first hearing, but there's always new people watching, and we have quite a few people watching this morning. We're always trying to preserve the vibe of Fort Myers Beach, and this is a very unique institution. If the owner could come up and just talk about how unique the institution is and how special it is to Fort Myers Beach, I'd like to give you that opportunity.
Again, I didn't swear in.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Just move up a little bit so you can hear. Sometimes it's a little difficult to hear.
We are basically a small town spot for small towners. You know, we are a local place. We certainly get visitors, but the heart of our business is the locals. Everybody knows it. Almost everybody knows me. And we're going to continue that. I've owned the place since 09. From what I understand, it's been in business since 65, not 95. And we've done the same type of, we cater to the same type of individual.
99% of our people walk in from the beach. A lot of them come from the other establishments, and we're happy to get everybody from 2 to 5.
I was hoping you'd just also share, again, everybody knows your place, but there are some who don't. Just the fact that you literally sit in the sand and you have a unique form of music booked on a regular basis. You want to just touch on that as well?
We mostly do a bluesy, rocky, jazzy thing. You know, we're just.
Get a sample.
I'm not a music guy. This is all new to me. You know, and we're kind of going with it, and people love it. You know, we get introduced to bands from the bands. You know, we have a standing policy that if somebody can't make if they can't make their gig, they provide someone else. They cover it. And so far, we've not been disappointed. And if we love them, we invite them back. And so we've got a nice core group, you know. And again, we're not even allowed to have chairs and benches inside. It all has to be on the sand. That's from a deal that I inherited. And everyone's thrilled with it.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't run off yet. You might have some more questions here.
Is it true you have a harmonica on your own microphone now?
Imagine that. Can you imagine? I told you last time, I took a 3-day course. And I'm horrible. But the band guys are so accommodating that they make up for me. And now I got my own microphone. I practice every day.
I know you did.
Well, if you haven't had a chance to go down and watch Greg dance, he has mastered the art of putting out small grass fires one song at a time.
I didn't bring it up, you did.
You got the moves, my friend.
Well, I'd actually like to get the town attorney down there just to see what you got.
All right.
All right, Counselor King, questions for the applicant?
Not at this time.
And you didn't think you could be outdone. Counselor Woodson?
Just how quickly are you gonna get this back into play?
Well, we brought our sledgehammers today.
All right,
So if we
perfect.
but it's all on Stevens, and we're gonna start to move stuff as soon as we get this okay.
Very good. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else, James?
I'd just like to answer that question is we have the development order almost done. There's like one outstanding issue that's in staff review right now, and the building permit's ready to go. So this is an immediate start.
Great.
And thank you. I'd like to reserve the right to rebuttal if there's anything from the public.
And then if approved, James, what's the time to completion roughly?
I would say the 18 months
18 months, okay.
outside.
All right. We will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Are there any rebuttals, James, in the last 30 seconds? I don't think so. Mr. Ink? No rebuttal, okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 24-18 DCI 2024-0143, 1668 I Street, Beach Bar.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion?
I would suggest open comedy mic night after the band takes a break, but
I think that was a sure. Sounds like you might have to bring the town attorney, but.
Sure. I'm there.
All right.
You got harmonica and a microphone too.
I'll get one.
There you go. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. All right. Next is the first reading and public hearing on a proposed ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Town of Fort Myers Beach ordinance number 24-01 and approving deviations for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 1170, 1180, 1192, 1204, 1206 Estero Boulevard, 251 Crescent Street, 1150 Fifth Street, and unaddressed parcels. Parcels generally identified as strap numbers 24-46, -23-W3-00205.0070 MCP parcel number 3, 24-46-23-W3-00006.0000 MC parcel number 1, 24-46-23-W3-00206.0060 MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-23-W3-00009.0000 MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0494.2609 MCP parcel number 2, 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070 19-46-24-W4-U0491.2610 MCP parcel number 2, 19-46-24-W4-01440B.0070 MCP parcels number 2 and number 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0496.2608 MCP parcel number 2, and 19-46-24-W4-U0498.2607 MCP parcels number 2 and number 6, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. I will now open the public hearing. Jason Smalley has been identified, or has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Nodding his head yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, my name is Jason Smalley, I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Just one quick thing, I think I may have missed something in that, can we go through all of those strap numbers one more time?
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to get
Guess who's not going to open my
That is for the best.
I've gotten very good at the dunk tank, I'm just saying.
As the mayor read into the record, this is a request for a package of 5 deviations dealing with 2 signs on what is known as the Margaritaville property. As was mentioned before, the Margaritaville property encompasses many different strap numbers, but we will generally refer to it as Margaritaville. The 2 signs in question, one is at the corner of Crescent and Estero. The other one is at Estero and the entrance to the aquatics lot, or the beachside lot for Margaritaville. The two signs in question, one is a monument sign, that is a ground-based sign. The second one is a pole sign. What is being requested today is a package of 5 deviations, 4 individual asks. One of those deviations affects both of them, so that's how we come to 5 deviations being requested. I will quickly go through what's being asked, or what is being requested by Margaritaville. First and foremost, they are asking to approve the use of a pole sign. Pole signs are generally disallowed on the island. That type of pole sign in particular is called out as not being allowed. So the first thing they're asking for is to allow for a pole-designed sign. The second deviation that they will be asking for is a deviation to the ground sign or the monument sign. There's a maximum height that is allowed by code of 5 feet, 8 feet in width. They're asking to keep a ground sign that is taller than that 5 feet that is allowed for in code. Deviations 7 and 8 are generally the same issue at hand and what had initiated the request. Both signs are less than the minimum 3 feet from the back of the sidewalk or the right-of-way. That is what triggered them initially having to come in today, is to ask for a deviation to have those signs closer than the minimum 3 feet behind the sidewalk. The last deviation requested, known as deviation 9 in this packet, is to allow for maximum heights and maximum height of the pole sign. The pole sign is roughly going to be about 7.5 feet tall, and so that is obviously taller than the 5 feet that is allowed, and that's what they're requesting today. Staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
All right, Counselor Safford, questions for Jason?
Not this time.
Counselor Woodson?
Not yet.
Vice Mayor Earl?
None.
Counselor King?
No.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, did we do ex parte?
Oh, we didn't?
No, we did
Oh,
not.
I'm sorry. Let's go back before we move on. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
I've been there.
Vice Mayor Earl?
None related to this matter.
Counselor Woodson?
I had a conversation with Mr. Torgerson. I knew this was coming.
Counselor Safford?
I've been there and had a conversation with Mr. Torgerson, but not specifically about the signs.
And Madam Mayor, or Madam Attorney, I'm misstating, so do I need to still
No.
give?
No, I mean, you don't need to make ex parte, you're not gonna vote, so you're good.
Sounds good, okay. Would the applicant like to come up and?
Morning, everyone. Tom Torson, for the record, resident here at Fort Myers Beach. Just kind of interesting, and Jason can clarify things if I misstate something, but it sounds kind of onerous that we're requesting all these deviations. But the fact of the matter is, we had sign permits for all of these, approved sign plans, the size that they're built, the locations close to where they were installed. And the only reason this came about, as Jason mentioned, is because the locations they got installed moved a few inches this way and that way. The one on the beach side moved because Pico Gas needed to run a new gas main and burrow it under Estero Boulevard. And that was occurring towards the end of our construction project, which is when signs go in as well. And they caught the fact that there was going to be a conflict with this sign, with the location that this new main was going to be run, and they told us we had to move the sign a few inches this way or whichever way it got moved. And then the one on the other side of the Estero Boulevard, Bay side I'll call it, really is a similar type of situation where we had a land development order with Lee County DOT to widen the left turn lane off of Estero Boulevard onto Crescent Street. And while that work was going on, Lee Dot was on the job really watching that, making sure that it met every detail that they wanted to, and Rob Phelan moved this particular sign for reasons, I think he declared for safety reasons or whatever reasons. He relocated the sign on the seaward or the landward side of Estero Boulevard. And so that's what triggered all of this. And then I think when staff came out at the time that we're requesting our certificate of occupancy, they discovered, boy, these signs don't meet our code, but they're permitted and approved. And as previous staff, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, it's got nothing to do with the people here today, but I just wanted you to know that these signs weren't constructed outside of what was permitted, and really weren't installed outside of what was permitted, other than those two agencies pushing us to relocate them for safety reasons. Did I say that right, Jason?
I believe that's generally a fair assessment of how it went down.
And I just want you to know that, because it's a long list of deviations, and it looks like we're kind of reckless or something when we really weren't. So I just wanted to make that statement. Any questions?
Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
None.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Come on up. Okay, come on up and the town clerk will swear you in.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go
Dear
ahead.
council members.
Please say your name.
My name is Lynn Dagnese, and I'm happy to be here for the town of Fort Myers Beach. And height is my thing. Everybody wants to make everything higher, move it closer, and not worry about the residential areas that are gonna be affected by a lot of the new growth on this island. I don't believe Margaritaville should be getting their signs to be moved. They should be put where they're supposed to be, as it is stated in our bylaws. We have them for a reason. We are incorporated for a reason. Because of why? We didn't want no big, tall, huge condos everywhere. 45 feet to me is perfect. It doesn't take away the sky view from anybody. Does everybody like looking at their sky view from their condos that most of you probably have? Or houses? Because I surely would like to have my view not obstructed by one of the properties, not Margaritaville, but Margaritaville signs and the height should all stay the way it's supposed to be as town council has it written in our policies. Is that good enough?
If you're done, it's up to you.
I'm-
You've got 3 minutes to say whatever you like.
I have 3 minutes? Oh my God, don't give me that much time. I could talk for hours.
Well, probably not that anymore.
Hours. And the guy with the sand is totally right. The sand is terrible. Awful. From what we used to have. I just believe that all of us moved here for a reason. And the reason was the beauty, not the high rises everywhere. We already have high rises. And then it's gonna be the traffic issue. And then it's gonna be the storage issue. And now we have the street issue that looks like we're all gonna need front end alignments by next year in our vehicles. We got so many things that need to be taken care of. Yes, I'm proud that they're gonna do the parks and recreations. That is good for the community and for the people that come to visit. We want people to visit the island to enjoy the beauty of what we have, not the over skyscrapers that are gonna look into all of our backyards. One property I'm talking about, you all know, Red Coconut. 45 feet is what we incorporated for. Why do we incorporate, or are we unincorporated? Is it money talking? Because I know my father always says money talks and bullshit walks.
Thanks.
You know?
Point of order, isn't this supposed to be germane to the topic?
Oh, sorry.
It is, however, she's got 2 seconds left, so.
Well, I'm really sorry if I wasn't on the topic, but those are my topics that I hope you all really think about.
Thank you.
Everything.
Stay classy.
You're welcome. Wasn't the right topic, I'm sorry.
Any other public comment on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? No?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could have the applicant come up, I'm sorry, Tom, to do this to you, but it's really not, speaking of germaneness, and I apologize, Counselor King, but since we're talking about Margaritaville signage, and just for the record, there's pictures of the signs in the packet, they're very modest, the changes are very modest. There really is no height issues, it's just moving some signs that have already been approved, as best as I can tell. But while I've got you here, Tom, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you have You have given the town a substantial public benefit with your pedestrian walkover, and I'm very thankful for it, and I encourage everybody to use it and to respect your fellow neighbors and their ability to get up and down the street. But I'm wondering at some point, Tom, have you given some thought to some additional signage to let people know that that is a public walkover and that they're free to use that? I mean, it's certainly publicly known, but I think a lot of our tourist friends, I don't think they realize that it's something that they can utilize. It's a beautiful view. Hopefully they'll stop at some of your shops while they're up there. But at a minimum, I wonder if there's a way to do signage there that respects your property and the tastefulness that you've done, but at the same time helps the public better understand that they can use that, particularly those who are visiting our island.
Your question is very timely. I believe September 15th, that signage will be started to be installed.
Really?
We ordered it to be created and approved it about 4 months ago. And because of our affiliation with Margaritaville and their strict review of any artistic element that's viewed by the public, which signage is one, just requires quite a rigorous process to go through. And it's a sign company that's producing them, but really they're a production company. They're artists up in Orlando that do productions for conventions, big events. I mean, they create stages. They're artists. They really are before they're even a sign company. And it just is quite a process to get it all done, but I think you're going to be utterly amazed with the signage that gets installed here in the next few weeks. That's going to be it's functional. It's all functional. Public elevators, this, that, just directions to bathrooms, public bathrooms, directions to the crossover, just all of that is taking place here in September.
Well, that is great news. I did not know that, so I appreciate you sharing that this morning, and I appreciate your efforts on that front, because it is that pedestrian walkover. If people utilize that, as opposed to hitting that little stoplight button, just go up those beautiful stairs, beautiful view of the ocean, stop and see all the activity in the shops, and then just head over. It allows the traffic to flow smoothly, and it's such a wonderful addition to our community. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your efforts on the signage. I didn't know you were doing all that, so that's great news.
It's very confusing, that area there. There's just a lot going on. You
Yep.
go right, left, up, down, in all different directions, and it's very confusing, and it really warrants what you're suggesting.
I appreciate your efforts on that. I did not know that, and I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would move approval of ordinance 24-20.
Second.
All right, got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is abstaining. The motion carries 4-0. Next, item D was pulled. Item E, this is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Section 2-94, Qualifications and Appointments of Members, and Section 2-96, Removal of Agency, Board, Committee, or Commission Members of Division 2, Procedures for the Establishment of Boards, Committees, and Commissions, of Article 4, Boards, Commissions, Committees, and Other Agencies of Chapter 2, Administration, and Section 34-113, Composition, Appointment, and Compensation of Members of Division 3, Local Planning Agency, of Article 2, Zoning Procedures of Chapter 34, Zoning Districts, Design Standards, and Nonconformities of Code of Ordinances of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, removing property ownership as a qualification requirement for the members of the town agencies, boards, committees, or commissions, including the town's local planning agency. Eliminating duplicative language, adding a grandfather provision for current non-qualifying members of the town's boards, agencies, commissions, and committees, and adding a provision to Section 34-113 regarding the mandatory annual financial disclosure form as required by the Florida Commission of Ethics, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Madam
Thank
Attorney?
you, Mr. Mayor. So your next item is a resolution that would actually implement some of these proposed changes regarding your composition of the various boards. at the first meeting, we haven't made any substantive changes to the agenda item. I did not mention the grandfathering provision, however, that is in the title. Between first and second reading, a question did come up regarding whether or not individuals who want to reapply, who now would not be eligible based on your new changes, if they would be covered under that grandfathering provision. We did not make any changes to the ordinance before you on second reading, but that question came up. And so I wanted you to get input if you want us to change, to add a little bit more in there. So basically, you have a 7-member board. Those that are not eligible right now, based on these changes, would continue to be eligible to participate. You do have a member who will be, their term will be expiring, and under the new rules, they would no longer be eligible. Do you want to afford them that opportunity to fall under the grandfathering provisions since they do have experience on the board, or do you want your new code to apply to them as well?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was the one who had approached the town attorney on this matter. I was approached by an incumbent member of an advisory committee who's served honorably thus far and has a unique experience and skill set that I don't want to lose. I think the gist of what we're trying to do today is great, but I do think this grandfathering opportunity could be particularly helpful in this instance. He's a U.S. Olympic swim coach. He's on BORCAB. We're getting ready to redo our pool. He's got amazing contacts and experience all over the world, and he has a home on Fort Myers Beach, and he's impacted by this change. And if we could just grandfather that in, assuming the council chooses to reappoint him, he would at least have the opportunity to serve. And again, if people have issues with the residency, they can always vote against that. But my sense is his experience and credentials would be very helpful to the town. And eventually, that would just fall off at some point when he retires from the advisory committee. So it's just a grandfathering status for those who are already on boards and commissions who are serving the town admirably.
And want to reapply?
Yes.
I don't have any objection to it. John?
Well, this has been my issue, because I think I'm the one that brought it up in the beginning to try and clarify some things and then put things, join them together between our policies and the ordinances. And I apologize. I think I must have been like one of my favorite Western swing bands, asleep at the wheel, the first time this came up. I blame the town manager on that. And
You're not going to open mic night either.
is this thing on? Test. I've got some concerns, I guess, that slid by, and we've currently, and maybe I need to change my figures, but it'd be about 6 folks that are non-voters on committees right now, and 3 of those are non-Fort Myers Beach residents. And I have some concerns that we're excluding folks that would like to serve and help the island. I would like to see us do registered voters, property owners, and then open it up after that to the 33931 residents, because with the exception of one committee lately, I guess, we sometimes struggle to get folks to serve on these committees. So I'd hate to exclude folks that are willing to serve. And that's my thoughts.
I guess I'm not quite following. So you want to expand who could, to the 33931 zip code? Is that
Well, I think we currently do that with some of the we've got, on the Anchorage Advisory Committee, we've got somebody that's not on this side of the bridge. The Public Safety Committee has 2 folks on it. I'd hate to exclude those people that are willing to serve, just to limit it to registered voters on the island.
I see. So your concern is if they decide not to want to return, there would be no other option but people that would be on the island based on the changes that are proposed today.
Right, and that could leave us short on some committees.
Understood. Councilor Woodson, how do you feel about that?
I go back and forth. I think the way that we do it now is we offer preference to anyone who currently lives on the 7 Mile Island. And then if there's no one that has basically applied, but someone in the 33931 zip code, And, you know, I know the two people that John is referring to. I mean, one of them is actively employed on the island. He's here every day. Another person is, you know, he's a boat captain with tons of experience who's on the Anchorage committee. So I think that their input is invaluable, but I think if we continue with, we give preference to our people that live on the island and then go, and I don't want to say second tier, but then just say we can go outside of it if there's no one qualified or even applied from the island, that we could continue with that process.
Counselor Safford?
I agree with Counselor Woodson, except for the audit committee and LPA. I think LPA and the audit committee, they have to be voters on the island. There's no wiggle room at all. Those are two super important committees, and I think we need to have voter representation on those. The other committees, I'm fine with. I mean, there's some gentlemen and ladies that live off island that, you know, although they don't reside here, they consider this their home, and if they're willing to step up and have input, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I actually like the addition of LPA and audit, because those are two very unique advisory committees that really are, you know, right arm to council. So I agree with that.
Vice Mayor Adult?
Well, I don't really disagree with anything I heard, but poor Nancy, I think, I might as well just take this and put it in the trash, which is fine, because, you know, it really wasn't all that broken before. But isn't this kind of completely antithetical to what you've just presented today?
The way that the ordinance is written right now, your draft ordinance on second reading, is that you must be a registered voter. Also included in that draft is a grandfathering provision if you are not a registered voter, which would mean that you reside or possibly own property as well on the island, because you're residing there. That if you're currently serving and you don't meet that criteria, you could still continue that term. But what is happening is the one individual who is, whose term expired wants to know if that he is still within that eligibility envelope. That's the policy that's currently in the draft. If you want to deviate from that policy, then we do need to come back. I'm almost inclined to bring it back to you anyway, just to make sure that everybody's comfortable with what's being changed.
I'm comfortable with all the comments that I've heard today, but I don't think it corresponds with your draft now, and so maybe we probably do need to bring it back.
Okay, so it's the town clerk who I have to work with, because she receives the applications, and the way the ordinance is written was to kind of have it black and white. Are they an eligible voter? Yes, that means they are eligible to serve on a committee.
And you use the term eligible voter, registered voter. Does that mean on Fort Myers Beach, the island of Fort Myers Beach, or just Florida in general?
No, in Fort Myers Beach.
Okay.
That's how it's been applied,
Okay.
yes.
Just trying to understand, yep.
If we want to change that, then I would like some clear direction on what you would want to do. I mean, if you are a registered voter, you are going to have property, you are going to reside on the island because of your voter registration. There is a situation where you could have property on the island, but actually vote somewhere else and live somewhere else. And I think that was the policy that we were trying to address.
In order to expedite this, I think I heard Counselor King say that there needs to be a proviso if somebody were to own, aside from the LPA and the audit committee, if someone was to own property on Fort Myers Beach, that would also be a qualification. And then I think, to Scott's point, we would exclude the LPA and audit committee from these provisos. And I think everybody seemed okay with the grandfathering provision. So I think that might get us there. Is that fair, everybody?
I'm not sure you would need the grandfathering if we opened it up for property owners.
That's true, that's true.
Okay.
You wrap your head around all that?
I am, I have.
Okay.
So what I would request is that perhaps a motion be made to continue to a date certain, so we don't have to re-advertise it. Taking out the grandfathering provision is going to make the title a little bit smaller, which is fine. We can do that. And then I will bring it back to you.
Okay, can we do public comment first? since it's-
Absolutely.
And then we'll,
Yes.
Gotcha.
We are now in a legislative mode, so we're not as formal as we were before.
okay. But you still want public comment?
Yes.
Okay. We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this agenda item? Come on up.
Hello,
Good morning.
my name's Terry Kane. Some of you know who I am, some of you don't. In regard to this topic, historically, I'm going to give you a little history lesson. Live on Fort Myers Beach, 50 years, used to sit where you sit, was on a lot of committees before I was on council. I just want you to know that I don't know when, I can't remember, I'm sitting back there trying to remember, when we changed to just having people on committee with 33931. I do understand and agree completely with the LPA and the audit committee being residents. When we began this town, we had people on all of our committees. We had FGCU professors, we had DEP people, we had all kinds of people from all walks of life that were on our committees that helped establish this town. So I just wanted to give you that little insight, that we have done this before. Okay, and I do understand that there are certain committees, and I agree with that completely, but we've had wonderful advice, we had free engineers, we had free everything. It was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there a motion to continue? Go ahead.
I've got one other thing.
Yes, sir.
Nancy, can you explain why what I guess it looks to me like the felony clause was removed? Why was that?
That was just extraneous language that we felt it would be difficult to enforce that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to,
Felons are not welcome, John.
Well, I was worried about one of the current ones.
yeah, is there a motion to continue this item to a time certain?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford.
And the time certain is?
9/23. Our
Our
next
night
October.
meeting, you want the October one?
The 23rd meeting, I understand the agenda is pretty packed, and it is an evening meeting.
At the,
Then-
at the October, excuse me, at the October 7th meeting is when you're going to reappoint everybody.
Right, and that comes first, right, before we actually do this.
I think even though we have a big agenda, if we're making
Okay,
appointments, I think we
23rd.
should do the
I
23rd.
think we should do the 23rd, because we basically have discussed it in full, and if the changes are what we discussed, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
You okay with that date,
Thank you.
motioner? All right,
For certain.
all right. Any
Second,
further
second.
discussion? Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Nancy, for all your hard work on this
Oh,
already.
Yes,
You're
thank
most
you.
welcome. So your next item is that resolution. If we can, go ahead, at least to read the title and acknowledge that we did make the one change that Councilmember Stafford recommended regarding the reference to Form 1.
I might legally change my name.
It would be easier.
Okay, this is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending section 2 and 5 of the town's policies and procedures manual to make it consistent with eligibility requirements for members of the town's agency, boards, committees, and commissions, and to upgrade reference to required financial disclosure forms and providing for an effective date.
So we would make just whatever needed changes. We'll bring it back at the same time we bring the other item back for second reading.
Okay, well, we will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there a motion to, you want this continued then to the same date certain?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue resolution 24-178 to September 23rd, the night meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is
G.
G. This is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-19, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending section 28-30, a mobilization and impounding of illegally parked vehicles of Division 1, generally of Article 2, stopping, standing, and parking of Chapter 28, traffic and vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach, to include the accepted methods of payment and any fines and charges related to illegal parking and immobilization of illegally parked vehicles, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. I'll now open the public hearing. Tom? Come on up.
Perfect. Actually, you don't need to be sworn in, because we're legislative now, so we're not as formal, but we know that what you will testify to is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. How are you? My name is Thomas Yazzo. I'm the Compliance and Security Director, Aspirations Manager. Fort Myers Beach.
That was good.
I'm here speaking about this amendment. The idea behind this was not to change anything within the ordinance other than the fact of how people pay. So we're not gonna start booting people on a regular basis. It's not a normal thing for us to do. I've been here for about 1.5 years now, just a little bit over than that, and we've done it 3 times. And it has to do with people who have multiple summons that they've never dealt with in any manner. And the only thing we do is we boot the vehicle, we have them stand by, and we tell them they have to pay for their summons that they've ignored, and then we release the vehicle. We've not towed any vehicles at all, except when they're a public hazard on the roadway.
Do you want to explain a little more why we're going to this extent?
Yes.
So what happened is, the last time we booted somebody, they paid for it with a credit card, and then they immediately, after we released the vehicle, we moved on from it, they called and contested the charge, and it became a chargeback. What happens with a chargeback is the town not only loses the fees for anything that was done as far as the summons, but we also get charged by the credit agency for that chargeback. So in the best interest of the town, we believe that it'd be better to change how people can pay, and there's no contest then afterwards.
And so what you're asking for is either by money order or cashier's check?
Yes,
So no personal checks?
no personal checks.
And then if the car is booted and they have to go get a money order or a cashier's check, how does that work? Does the car stay there until they get back? Or, what if it's evening time? I'm just bringing up scenarios that,
The vehicle will stay there, they're gonna have to make some accommodation to make that happen.
Have we considered using PayPal, Zelle, Venmo?
We have considered some of that, there's a different way to be charged for that. The issue is you can also contest some of those things as well.
Okay.
And again, just to be clear, because it was misreported before.
Wink,
we-
wink.
We are not towing vehicles whose meters are expired.
No, we're not.
Okay.
we never have.
Never have, ever,
Okay.
not once in the history of the town of Fort Myers Beach.
All right, just want to make that very clear. Okay. Any other questions for Tom? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Yep, come on up. Good morning.
Morning, Council. I'm very nervous, so.
Please state your name.
I'm Danielle Martin, I'm the owner of Angel Towing, and he kind of has answered a couple of my questions. I don't understand how all this works, but I think this is just about the way the payments are gonna be made, is that my understanding?
Yes,
Nothing
correct.
else is gonna change that would affect me and how I come down and who authorizes the tows and the signage?
Nope, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure and clarify that, thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes,
I may add, the only way we can tow a vehicle, again, right after Hurricane Ian, we had a number of vehicles that were left in the right-of-ways, that people had drug out of pools and whatnot. They're becoming public hazard. Those we reached out to a towing company and had those removed from the island. Any other towing that's done on this island goes through LCSO. We do not do that at all, nor have we.
Okay.
And we just wanted to make sure that that is out. All of our town parking is labeled properly, it's all explained properly. When certain people do videos and whatnot of the island parking system, I think it would behoove them to do it in front of a town parking sign, not in front of a private parking lot.
Wink, wink.
Fair enough. All right, anyone else who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion from the council?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move ordinance 24-19 to a second reading on the 23rd.
Okay, we've got a motion by Counselor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Counselor Woodson. No further discussion. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-25 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending chapter 16, article 1 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach by creating section 16-1, public camping or sleeping on any public property, public building, or public right-of-way prohibited, and amending articles 4 of chapter 32 to remove sections 32-70 applicability, 32-71 intent, and 32-72 prohibited, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and effective date. I'll now open the public hearing.
So this proposed ordinance on first reading has been brought to you. There was a new Florida law that went into effect on October 1st of 2024 that's regulating public sleeping and public camping on public property. There are some technical components to that new law. Basically, the county can designate areas that are suitable for public camping and sleeping. But until the county does that, should anyone engage in those activities on public property within the town's jurisdiction, the town could have some potential liability. So the purpose of this ordinance is to go ahead and amend your code to prohibit these activities, and that way you're doing risk management against any type of future litigation. And should the county decide that it would like to designate some areas, it would come to you. You would have to basically concur with the areas that the county is designating, and then we would come back and amend this ordinance.
Okay, questions for Nancy? Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? None. Counselor Woodson?
None.
None.
Counselor Safford?
Not this time.
Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back to the council. Is there any further discussion or is there a motion?
I'll move ordinance 24-25, public camping / sleeping to the second reading and final adoption on September 23rd.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. I know it's a little bit early, but something tells me the next one there might be a few more questions and discussion points. We'll come back at 10:45.
Smalley, pay attention.
Back to order. It is 10:45. We are still on the public hearings. We are on item I. This is ordinance 24-24, building coverage instead of FAR. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending table 34-3 titled Dimensional Regulations in Conventional Zoning Districts in chapter 34, article 3, division 4, to create note 10 to provide that detached single-family and two-family homes without a commercial use in any conventional zoning district where that use is allowed may be evaluated by building coverage rather than FAR. Section 2, section 34-675C in chapter 34, article 3, division 5, to provide that building intensity of commercial and mixed-use building shall be evaluated using floor area ratio, FAR, and detached single-family and two-family residence intensity shall be evaluated using building coverage not to exceed 40% in the downtown zoning district. Section 33, section 34-683 in chapter 34, article 3, division 5, related to the creation of neighborhood centers in the Santini zoning district to provide that detached single-family and two-family residence building coverage shall not exceed 40%. 4, section 34-693 in the village zoning district regulations to provide that commercial and mixed-use residential intensity shall be evaluated using floor area ratio, and detached single-family and two-family residence intensity shall be evaluated using building code coverage and shall not exceed 40%. 5, section 34-705 in the CB zoning district to provide that for commercial and mixed-use developments, floor area ratios shall not exceed 1.0, and building coverage for the detached single-family and two-family residence building coverage shall not exceed 40%, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date. We'll now open the public hearing. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Prost with Community Development. The ordinance before you discusses the use of a different measure of building intensity for single-family residential and two-family residential detached. Currently, per the Land Development Code in Santini and, well, in all the zoning districts other than RS and RC, all building coverage, all intensity is measured using floor area ratio. This doesn't work very well in some of the districts, especially where the lots are cut in half with an EC zoning district to the rear. So the beachside properties, they're particularly small. The floor area ratio prevents very much development. So this was brought up at an M&P several months ago, and it's been moving forward since then. Do you have any questions about this?
I have one question. You've got it at 40%. Where did that number come from? Is that just standard across other municipalities, or?
That's within our zoning ordinance as it is right now. So that would be the same as the RS and the RC zoning districts.
Okay, so that's where that came from.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this change would only affect single-family and two-family homes, not three-family or more or commercial structures?
No.
Just single and?
Detached, single, detached, two.
Okay, because there's been some confusion in the public, obviously, that this was changing intensity and or potentially density
No.
to commercial, but this is specifically for residential only.
And only single family, not multifamily residential. So single family and two family detached, it would not affect larger apartment or condominium developments.
I think the genesis of this, Mr. Mayor, was those beach bar lots on I Street. They're just, the CCL is so far up there that they just don't have any room to build. I think that's
Well, and the cottage lots at the north end.
and the cottage lots on the north end.
Yeah, can you just reiterate why I think the staff recommended this change, if I'm remember correct, to align with.
I think that
what was
it came up at an M&P meeting because this
Trying
was
to
being
remember.
asked for a couple different lots. It was being asked in the downtown zoning district and the RM zoning district. So after a discussion at the M&P, it was decided that it would be appropriate for single-family detached and two-family to, I mean, because it's been working so far in the RS and the RC, there haven't been any problems with that. So to apply it to the remainder of the zoning districts where single-family and two-family homes are allowed.
And do you know why there was a separation in the past from these zoning districts versus the other ones?
I would assume that it was just based on primarily residential versus more commercial, or that there was a thought that, like, for example, the RM zoning district would be all residential multifamily. But that's not how it's worked out. I mean, we have residential, single-family residential and two-family residential throughout the island in all the zoning districts.
And then just to maybe clarify a little bit more, this change would not change setbacks, it doesn't change height restrictions, it doesn't change anything other than the calculation of the size of the home that can be built.
That's correct. And if you're looking at the
And
downtown
potentially
zone-
alleviate some deviations that people don't have to come in and ask for.
Yes, and if you're looking at things like the downtown zoning district, you probably are gonna have less building coverage because you have a lesser setback in the front and the side. So,
Sure.
I mean, you're gonna have to have a little bit more setback in order to meet that 40% without going over it.
And do you believe that the 40%, I know that it's already in there, but do you believe that that's the right percentage? Or do you think that that's,
I do. I think that has worked very well on the island. I haven't heard any complaints about it, and also it lines up with the 67% impervious surface that you're allowed. So if you're allowed a building coverage of 40%, and then you have an additional, so that you can, you don't exceed the 67% impervious for the entire lot. It seems to work fairly well.
And this, if this change is approved or to go to the second hearing to be approved, it wouldn't take away an owner's property rights to come in and ask if they have a small postage style lot that this 40% won't allow them to build anything but a 500 square foot house. They still have an avenue to be able to come in and ask for a special exception or a variance or deviation from the code to be able to maybe get more size than what they're asking for?
Yes, you would be able to ask for a variance for building coverage, and if you wanted to ask for, well, I mean, a variance would be the most reasonable way to do that, yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hall, questions?
I'm still listening and learning here.
Okay. Counselor King?
Not at this time.
Okay. Anything else, Scott?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to ask for some public comment.
Thank
Is there anyone that would like to speak during public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion and or a motion. Any further discussion? You look like you're deep in thought, Vice Mayor.
I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Mayor, that we've had a lot of constituent contact about keeping the floor area ratio and density at current levels. Does this give you pause?
No, because that's why I asked the question. This is specifically to residential, not to commercial. And to Sarah's point, I think this will actually kind of, in some cases, restrict the size of the intensity of the building versus letting it go bigger. But it aligns with how we do it in other zoning districts of the 40%. Yep, come on up, Sarah.
And I do want to point out that there isn't anything that we're doing right now, including the comprehensive plan, that would change density or intensity. All of those things are staying the same, as well as height. So we're not affecting any of that in this change or in the comp plan change.
Well, I disagree with you on that part, and that's why we're gonna talk about this later, because I have a different perception of that.
For folks that are watching, Mr. Mayor, when does that come up?
Well, that was in what she's referring to now is the comprehensive plan that the town manager has asked for the joint meeting. That's that discussion. That's the commercial side of it.
So when you say we're gonna talk about that later, you don't necessarily mean today, you mean at the joint
At
meeting?
the
with
joint
the-
meeting, yes. That will be the talk about the comprehensive.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear. A lot of folks are watching for that particular issue to be talked about.
And I agree with you when you're referring to heights, and totally get that, but it's the intensity of the building that is giving me concern, or giving people concern, we'll say. Any other questions for Sarah?
so I just want to reiterate again that this entire ordinance that we are talking about has strictly to do with single and two-family residential.
Detached.
Nothing else, detached,
Yes, that is
residential,
correct.
nothing else.
Yes.
So Sarah, I know we're gonna talk about this at a joint meeting, which is fine, but just for folks that are watching, we've had a lot of input from folks who believe that the current draft of the comp plan, does not keep floor area ratio and density level at its current levels. What would you say to them?
I would say that I would have to know what they're talking about, and I have yet to see any of the emails that I've heard discussed, so I don't know. I'm not aware of any changes. We were not attempting to change anything, so I think that's where.
Well, just a quick, the clarification was removing the multiplier and going to calculations specifically on FAR.
And we're not requiring the removal of the multiplier. We're simply allowing it to be in the land development code or not be in the land development code. It's still in the land development code. That's where that decision is actually made. The comprehensive plan is not really the location. That was just an advising tool saying at that time when they were building the comprehensive plan that when the land development code was done, the multiplier should be included in there. It is in our land development code, so removing it from the comprehensive plan gives you the option to either keep it in there or take it out. It does not affect it.
But
It's
it
still
also,
in the
it
land
also
development
gives a developer or development the opportunity to say that their project is in line with the comprehensive plan because it's not in there, whereas now they could not say that. They could not say if I can build, I don't wanna get too far into the weeds, but if I can build a 500,000 square foot building, based on the way the suggestions are in the comp plan amendment, it's whatever you can fit in the box. It still has to fall, you still have to go through the land development code, you still gotta do that. But it's created a springboard to the talking points to say, from staff's level, it is in line with the comp plan because the comp plan is no longer referring to the multiplier. It's specifically the FAR.
I disagree.
Okay.
Sarah, can I ask you this, just to reframe the question? On Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, we had a joint meeting with the LPA, and one of the items for discussion, which we actually took a vote on, was changing transient hotel units from density to FAR. We voted to have it remain the same. Is that indeed still the case with the current draft of the comp plan?
The comprehensive plan, I don't believe covers that. I think that that is contained in the land development code.
Not to, I think we
Please,
need
go
to
ahead.
stay on point with our agenda item, which
Yep.
is specifically, we're gonna have a whole meeting dedicated to
I
just this, so.
It's been a hot issue, I just thought maybe we could get some clarity, but that, we could do that at the joint meeting.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to have some time to ask staff a lot of questions that we don't have to ask under this agenda item.
Fair enough.
This is specific to single-family and detached two-family homes.
Yes.
Nothing commercial.
No.
For the third time. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Any further discussion or a motion
I'll move ordinance 24-24.
to second reading?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford? Aye. Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item J, emergency ordinance 24-29, unsafe building appeals. This is the first and final reading and public hearing on proposed emergency ordinance entitled, an emergency ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending 1 Division 3 unsafe building abatement code of Article 1 property maintenance codes, and 2 deviation 2 Lee County's Boards of Adjustment and Appeals of Article 2 building codes of Chapter 6 maintenance codes, building codes, and coastal regulations of the Land Development Code of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to amend existing provisions related to appeals of the building officials' decisions, divesting the Lee County Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals of the responsibility for review of appeals of the town building officials' decisions, including but not limited to determination of an unsafe building, authorizing the town of Fort Myers Beach special magistrates to hear appeals of the town's building officials' decisions, providing for non-codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. So this ordinance is unlike the other ordinances that you have been involved recently, at least as long as I have been here. This is an emergency ordinance, and upon your action today, this ordinance would become effective immediately. What this ordinance does is it creates a process for appeal of any decisions by the building official concerning demolition of properties under the unsafe building code. So currently what your Code of Ordinances provides is that the building official can go out and deem a building or a structure unsafe. There are timelines. The time for appeal is 30 days upon notice, and within that 30-day period, a property owner has the right to appeal and challenge the decision by the building official that the structure or building is safe or unsafe. Your code basically provided that the Lee County Board of Appeals would be the body that would hear any type of appeal during that 30-day period. We unfortunately did have an appeal rendered on one of the building officials' decision. They proceeded to the Lee County Board of Adjustment and Appeals and found that the interlocal agreement with the town had expired back in 2017. There seemed to be somewhat of a gentleman's agreement that in the absence of a formal agreement that the administrators, they would allow these appeals to go forward and then come back and actually amend the interlocal. But since 2017, no appeals had been filed, so this issue kind of sat dormant. However, we find ourselves going through our unsafe building program, and I think it's been pretty successful. I don't have the numbers available for voluntary compliance, but we do need to afford our property owners an opportunity to appeal any of those decisions. We need to do this right away, and for that reason, this is before you as an emergency ordinance, unlike the other ordinances, which I'll speak to in a minute. The one option that you have to hear the appeals by the building official would be your special magistrates. You have two special, you have contracts with two, we have a special magistrate and we have a contract with DOA, the Division of Administrative Hearings. So we have some options available, and what this emergency ordinance would do would just basically substitute them in as the forum to hear any type of appeal that is filed. I do want to comment on your next three items because these items are all interrelated. The next item after the mayor reads the title will be a first reading, and that is what you typically do for ordinances. You have two readings of the title, and after the second reading you have an adoption. So we are going to go in and change the code in the normal way that we do it. But as of today, we don't want to infringe upon anyone's private property and due process rights, so that's why we need this emergency ordinance. The latter two agenda items that you have would be changes to our special magistrates contract and to the DOA contract to allow them to expand the scope of services to address decisions by the building official that may be on appeal. So I think that hopefully gives you a better perspective of why you have four agenda items that are interrelated.
Questions for Nancy? Counselor King?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Not to digress, Nancy, but since we're on this topic, when the building official red tags a property and then it comes to your shop to do the search, what's typically the length of time it takes to do that search?
So before he red tags, we actually do the search to verify who the owner is. So that way that individual has notice and we are serving the appropriate person. So we expend that time on the front end. And there is contact with the building official and the property owner to try to resolve it.
So that's helpful. And so the research is on the front end, but so the building official obviously gives you heads up and then you begin that research before it gets red tagged.
Correct.
What's the average timeline for you to do that research before the building official can red tag it?
It varies. I mean, most of these have been residential properties, and those are fairly straightforward. However, we do have a couple properties that are multifamily. We have some condominiums that would require us to do title searches basically on every owner in that condominium. So those we have kind of put on a second tier. So we could try to get as many done and make the town safer as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
The turnaround time, again, it can vary. I want to answer your question. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's not a long period of time. And hopefully, you know, the end goal of this is really not to go around and demolish everybody's property. It's to make the building safe, make the town safe. So there is the opportunity with more time to have that conversation. And we have found that some of them are in the land use process, trying to get properties rezoned. And our communication with them is, well, just go ahead and demolish it now, because if your rezoning is approved, you're going to demolish it. And if your rezoning is denied, you're probably going to end up demolishing it anyway because of this process. So there is that dialogue going on.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good. I appreciate you going through that whole thing because it was confusing.
Yeah.
Reading it, so thank you.
Counselor Safford?
No questions at this time.
I do not
But
have
thank
any
you.
either. We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for more discussion and/or a motion. Any further discussion?
I'll move emergency ordinance 24-29.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item K, ordinance 24-30, unsafe building code appeals. This is the first reading and public hearing on a proposed ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending 1, Division 3, unsafe building abatement code of Article 1, property maintenance codes, and 2, Division 2, Lee County Boards of Adjustment and Appeals of Article 2, maintenance codes, building codes, and coastal regulations of the Land Development Code of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to amend existing provisions related to appeals of the building officials' decisions, divesting the Lee County Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals of the responsibility for review of appeals of the town building officials' decisions, including but not limited to determination of an unsafe building, authorizing the town of Fort Myers Beach special magistrates to hear appeals of the town's building officials' decisions, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. We'll now open the public hearing.
So, Mayor, council members, this is the typical ordinance. This is our first reading of it. This would codify the changes that I discussed regarding your emergency ordinance.
Okay. Any further questions? Counselor King, questions for Nancy?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
None.
I have none as well. We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we will close public comment, bring it back to council for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'll move ordinance 24-30.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item L, resolution 24-180, Schmucker Special Magistrate Second Amendment. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a second amendment to the agreement for special magistrate services between the town and Monica Schmucker to provide services for appellate review of the town building officials' decisions as may be required under the town code, adding required statutory provisions related to coercion of labor or services to the agreement and providing for an effective date.
Again, this is to allow our special magistrate Schmucker to review these decisions. The last phrase that was read in the title, there are some new statutory provisions related to coercion of labor or services. That's going to be some typical language we're going to be putting in all our addendums. That's required by state law now, so that's just a new thing. That's it.
Okay. Counselor Safford, questions?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
No.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Counselor King?
None.
I do not have any either. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak in public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we will close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion and or a motion. Further discussion or a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 24-180 Schmucker Special Magistrate Second Amendment.
I'll second.
We've got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. The last public hearing is item M. It's Resolution 24-181, the DOA, D-O-A-H, First Amendment. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a First Amendment to the Administrative Law Judge Services between the town and Department of Administrative Hearings to provide services for appellate review of the town building officials' decisions as may be required under the town code and providing for an effective date. Nancy?
This again is just an amendment to the contract that we have with the state to provide these services through their administrative hearing process.
Counselor Woodson?
I do have one. So is this like a pecking order thing? Like it would go to our magistrate first, and if our magistrate was not available, then it goes to DOA, or does it go to both, or how does?
That's a good question. So we have two available for the town for the review. It's really not a pecking order. It's really more in the event of the non-availability or a conflict of interest that our local special magistrate may have, we would go to DOA. If her agenda is packed and we need to move things forward, we would go to DOA as well. They stand ready, willing, and able, and they have contracts in effect with other local governments around the state that have, the feedback is it's very successful and they're good to work with.
So it's just another resource for us.
Yes.
Based on
If
whatever
there's a
is going on
problem.
at the time.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Questions? No, the questions.
No question. I was reading my materials.
I what? Counselor King?
I have no further questions.
Okay.
That's where it was going.
Yeah, we will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the public out there that would like to comment on this agenda item?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to thank our legal team for putting these suggestions together. A year ago, when they were brought on and we started going through our process and what we had and what we didn't have, Nancy brought this to our attention that this would be a good resource for us to have. Since then, we brought on the magistrate that we currently have. I think it's going to be a great asset to the town moving forward, and I just wanted to thank Nancy for doing this.
Rightly, okay. We'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion by the council and or a motion?
I move we approve Resolution 24-181 DOA First Amendment.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
All right.
All right, now on to the administrative agenda. Our first is Resolution 24-177, STA 38 Carlos Circle. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach authorizing the town manager or his designee to approve STA 38 in the amount of $145,990 with Tetra Tech under contract number 22-25-AD for Tier 1 projects Carlos Circle and any associated documents and providing for an effective date. Who's starting this? Frankie?
Yeah, basically what this is allowing Tetra Tech the ability to go and take a look at this area, which has been added to the list of subsequent flooding concerns and poor flowage rates in that area. So they're going to draft an engineering plan and get it back to us.
Okay.
Date not certain.
Mayor, if you're wondering what STA stands for. It's supplemental task order. So we already have a contract in effect with Tetra Tech, and this is just giving them one more thing to do.
Right, it's just adding to the list of things that they're doing for us. This came to our attention, not only from the property owners in that area, but also through our utilities team that were down there in that area. So it's just a logical step forward for that.
Okay.
So I have a question. So obviously there's an issue on Carlos Circle. For the other residents that have issues on their streets, what would be their process to speed up their problems?
Right, if they're not covered under the current Tier 1 umbrella of the streets that we listed when the project first got kicked off a year ago, they can reach out to our utilities team, and we can get out there and take an assessment at that point. Realistically, every street on this island can be impacted in some way, shape, or form. So it has to be looked at and evaluated properly on what we can do, how we can assess it, and where it falls as far as the funding goes.
Okay.
Counselor
I think
Safford, this is actually one of my items under counselor items that I'm gonna bring up, so it may address some of what I think you're steering towards.
Yeah, I mean, we're all getting, especially when we have heavy rain events, I
Yeah.
mean, we're all getting calls, and, you know, my and flooded, I mean, I can't tell you how many times our street has issues, but, I know there are other streets that are much worse, but I think people just wanna have a clear avenue, to get help.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very big item under my council member items that I'm gonna bring up, and hopefully get consensus to give direction to staff to do something around what we're discussing. Anything else?
No, sir.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Nothing.
Councilor King?
Nothing.
I have nothing at this time. Is there any other further discussion or a motion to approve or deny resolution 24-177?
I will move resolution 24-177.
Okay?
A second.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, or motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Would you like a roll call vote on these as well? Okay. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 24-179, Town Hall Emergency Elevator Repairs. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the emergency acceptance and purchase by the Town Manager of Services from General Elevator Solutions in the amount of $139,533 for the completion of a hydraulic elevator modernization for the new Town Hall building and providing for an effective date. Mr. Town Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We knew we were gonna have to address the elevator when we purchased the building. It was purchased as is. This is the company that was already started doing the diagnosis of the problem. The issue was that they were only supposed to be putting a Band-Aid on it for the previous owner. This can be funded through the ARPA funds. Joe and I have already discussed that, and we ask that you approve that amount. We have a couple things on here that can come out of ARPA, which does not affect the general fund. Kind of like,
And have they given you a rough time frame if this is approved as to when they can complete this?
They're looking at right around the first of the year, sir.
Okay. Counselor King, questions for Frankie?
sooner if possible.
I just want to make sure that we're not locked into some sort of exclusive contract, where the situation where the library finds itself in is they're locked into exclusive contract and they have to buy everything from that company because it's proprietary, and that's what's delayed them being able to use their elevators.
That's the beauty, Counselor King, of using this particular firm, is they service all makes and models of elevators. It's not like an Otis or, pardon the pun, or Reading elevator. I didn't want to put Otis Reading together. I wasn't sitting at
He
a
hasn't been
dock
together
or
for a
on
long
van.
time.
But, yes, we were going with a company like this because of, one, they were already in the building and they already scoped it out. Two, they provide services to all.
Okay, thank you.
The next time, can you raise your hand and shout?
I can't.
Okay.
Maybe Otis Day, I believe, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
We're close.
We're sitting
It's
by
all
the dock
Otis.
of the bay.
It's all Otis.
Yeah.
So
Otis.
I have a question. Well, we have to have the elevator functioning before we can open town hall, is that correct?
That is not correct.
That's not correct, okay.
Before you can use the second and third floor, you have to have it open. We could use the downstairs, but the part that's gonna be ready first is the second and third floor. So you have to have it, yes,
Okay,
in that vein, correct.
all right.
We could use the downstairs with no elevators, but That's gonna take the longest. So potentially, we could get the second and third floors open before we got the downstairs finished, potentially.
But let me get
Go
this
ahead.
straight. So why wouldn't we start?
We are.
Okay,
We are. We're gonna be all at the same time.
Okay.
The second and third will be finished before the first floor will be, and then once the elevator's ready, we could go ahead, but we really need to be able to move carpet and paint and stuff up and down the elevators. We've gotta be working pretty quick to get that. It's gonna be boxes and boxes of carpet, so we've gotta be able to do that. So we're gonna try to get this as quick as possible. We're gonna work on everything simultaneously as we can, so hopefully it'll all be open at the same time, but.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Just real quick, I'm just curious, Frankie, given all the challenges that various condos have faced with elevators, did you have any trouble finding an elevator company and expanding the scope of their work?
This company was already secured by the seller of the building. We found documentation when, during that transaction, we reached out to their broker. I made contact with them because they were familiar with the project. As the town manager stated, they were just basically gonna do a fix-up to sell, not a fix-up to actually function for long-term. After getting them, asking them to meet Andy and I on the job site, along with Jeff, we had a nice meeting of the minds with the president of the elevator company. He explained to us that there was a lot of different things they could do. We needed functioning for the long haul, not just a Band-Aid. So with that, he put together this proposal that we have before you today. But yes, to answer your question, there's probably about 4 major elevator companies in this area. The preparatory ones are just booked to the gills. They're probably about a year to a year and a half out. If you have one of those name brand elevators, the 2 companies that work on all different types of elevators, again, this particular company has 18 crews. Of the 18 crews, 11 of them are currently on this island doing condos and various elevators. So they're out there, just a lot of work that has to be done.
That's helpful, thank you.
Yep.
It just, I mean, this is a repair, right? Basically $140,000 repair.
So, ma'am, the whole pump room has to be totally gutted. It was under seawater for a long time. The hydraulic unit underneath the cab itself has to be replaced, and the cab, being stainless steel, was subjected to salt water, so that started to pit and rot. And then all new cabling. So to make it certified, usable, that's what we're talking about here. I think the original estimate they gave to the previous seller was right around $69,000, and that was basically just to hit the button for it to go up and down, not for any of the safety concerns.
Okay. Wow. It's a business to get into.
There's a lot of ups and downs in that industry.
Oh, here we go.
Also, another, oh boy, you sound like my wife. One of the other issues for the library is they're closed because of ADA guidelines. But with us servicing the first floor, we can bring folks down. That will not limit that aspect of folks with needs, special needs.
That is correct. Our first floor is going to be just like here. It's gonna be a one-stop shop where you can do everything on the first floor if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Go ahead. Is there a motion to resolution 424-179?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of resolution 24-179.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor Safford.
Mayor, if I may, can he revise that to include ARPA funds?
As amended.
Second.
Okay, we have amended motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt and amended second by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item C, is a special event, Revive the Vibe Fest 2024. Is requesting approval of a special event permit for the Revive the Vibe Fest 2024 on Saturday, September 14th, 2024. Requesting approval to close 1st through 3rd Streets off of Old San Carlos Boulevard, allowing for open containers and allowing amplified amplified sound contingent upon approval of the Lee County Sheriff's Office and FMB Fire District.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also add that this should be passed on approval of conditions. We have a few things that were brought to staff on Friday, that they wanted to add some mechanical things like a climbing wall, a water slide, things like that, that were not injected in time prior to this. So we've reached out to the other two bodies for just heads up on what they need to look at as well, the fire district as well as the LCSO. We understand that this is something that was put in motion, advertised, and that the community is behind. However, we do have guidelines and deadlines to meet. We are trying to accommodate, but again, it has to be done with conditions, at best, with the other two bodies.
Well, I guess you gotta get a little bit more into the weeds.
Approved-
Conditions,
approved by-
how do you wanna condition it? And
So
can
what-
they condition it?
what
Nancy?
should happen is, you have a special event permit before the town council, so you want to amend that permit to include some additional items. And it still is going to be, contingent upon approval of the Lee County Sheriff's and the Fort Myers Beach
Correct.
Fire District. But I think the question is, what additional items specifically, are they doing to their special event permit?
Is state on?
I think you're on.
Here, I'll just lean over to Frankie.
Lean on
Nice and
it.
close. So the conditions that we saw on Friday that was sent to us, I think it was late last week, where they want to add some mechanical rides, mechanical bowl, that kind of thing, to the to the permit, which actually is what the fire department asks on one of their questions on the permit. So it need to go back to them and get approved. I believe we heard that the fire approved the original one. But we haven't got any clarification on that either, or LCSO. We're still actually waiting on a few approvals that we have not received yet. So we're just waiting on that. If everything goes well and fire says yes to the mechanic of our permit.
So Nancy, can we just take whatever they wanna add as a condition upon approval from the?
Yes,
Fort
but
Myers Fire
the request before you today is already contingent upon the approval of the Lee County Sheriff and the Fire District. But what needs to be amended is the special event permit to add the mechanical bowl.
Correct. It would have to be on our special event permit too.
Right.
So is that because it was not advertised, is that something that we can vote on to add now?
I think you can, yes.
Okay,
It's within the scope of the application itself.
okay. Would the applicant like to come up and talk about the event? Now's your time.
I'm super nervous standing here.
Nothing to be nervous about, just state your name and speak into the microphone.
My name is Zoe Wright and I'm the president of the FMB Revival nonprofit. We have the event on September 14th that we're asking for a permit for. We plan to close the street Old San Carlos from 3rd to 1st Street and lift open container. We want to have music at Bayside Park, so we'll need noise ordinance lifted. And then into Moss Marina we'll have food trucks, a second stage, a VIP tent and a bar from the Whale. The music there will run until 10 p.m. and the music at Bayside Park will run until 8 p.m. The games that we want to add, so our company has offered to give us them for free, which is why it's a late edition. I'm so nervous, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Don't be nervous.
No.
I'm not a good public speaker at all.
We, you said the music will be done at 10?
At Bayside Park it'll be done at 10,
So
at
is there-
8, sorry, and then into Moss Marina it'll be done at 10.
Okay. So is there a need to do anything with the noise ordinance? Because it
I think because it's amplified.
falls within the timeframes, right?
Okay.
So I don't think you
So
need.
not noise ordinance, I think I mean amplified sound.
Yeah, we had to do the
Sounds
500 feet of
Amplified sound.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's
Okay.
it for the permit.
So we're doing open container, right?
That's in their permit.
It's in the permit, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Any questions for Zoe?
Zoe, just to give you an opportunity to kind of tout another unique aspect of the festival, you want to talk a little bit about this, the Wizard of Oz play that you have and how people can
Yes.
get tickets?
So we have a performance by Fort Myers Beach Theatre at 10 a.m. At Bayside Park. On our Facebook page, people can get tickets through a Google link, and they're free tickets. I believe the fire department has signed off our original permit application. I have sent them a new one already with the additions, so I'll let you know what they say. We've paid their fees and everything. The LCSO are looking it over. They haven't had any questions or concerns so far, so I'm hopeful that today we'll get approval from them.
Okay.
So I just have a question on the bull ride.
Yes.
How do you get your tickets?
No.
When do you
No,
plan on
I
attending?
do not want to end
Yeah,
up
when
in
will you be there?
traction.
Watch that.
Thank you very much.
I'll buy yours.
I see this
But-
is a new dunk tank thing.
That's actually one of our ideas, so.
No, I mean, I actually have written those, and know what they entail, and I'm just wondering on liability, what happens, people can get hurt on that thing.
Right.
Is there liability coverage that releases us from any of that kind of thing, or how does the insurance play out with that?
So for every vendor, including them, we have a copy of their insurance with the town named if they're in town space, so on the street. And Moss Marina named if they'll be placed inside Moss Marina, so they'll have to provide that. We can also have them sign a liability release waiver, which we have. And they have like a lot of the safety equipment, so it's mats, it's inflatable. There's like a big zone around that for safety. Because obviously Moss Marina is concrete, so we're aware of that.
Okay.
Well, as a self-explained expert, I think we should have Counselor Woodson be the first one to give it a try.
Too
Second.
bad I'm not in town that day.
Second the motion.
Too bad I'm not in town. It's already planned. It's on my calendar. You can take a look.
How convenient.
All right, any other questions for Zoe? All right, thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or a motion for the special event permit, Revive the Vibe Fest 2024? I'll make a motion to approve special event Revive the Vibe Fest 2024.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion?
That's with the amendment.
With the amend, conditioned upon the amendments.
As
Okay.
amended. Second
Okay.
second as amended.
All right, any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Hi.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Looking forward to it. Thanks. Next is item D, fiscal year 24-25 benefit renewal. Town of Fort Myers Beach Insurance Plan, year 24-25 renewal overview. Come on up, Teresa.
Hello, council members. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. My name is Talise Oliveira. I am the Human Resources Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. I'm here today to request the renewal of our health insurance plans for the 24-25 fiscal year. We are requesting to maintain the same favorable plan design and carriers. So in front of you, I have provided the executive summary is the first page, which breaks down each plan and the total cost increase. In addition to behind that, you will find each individual plan. So just as an overview, for our medical insurance, the increase came in at a 7% increase with the that total cost amounting to $63,000. And for our dental plan, that increase came in at a 3.1% increase, or a total cost of $1,500 roughly. So we're looking at a total increase of $64,500 roughly. Our vision insurance, along with all of our supplemental insurances, there were no cost increase to those plans. We did estimate for a budgeted increase of 8.8% on the medical plan, which was around $82,000, and our renewal came in at $18,000 less than that. So we are pleased to present the proposal that keeps our increases below the expected market ranges and industry trends. The industry trends are currently 7.5% to 8%, and our insurance brokers have reported increases as high as 24% for their client bases. So if you do recall, last year FMIT came in at a negative 3%, which was about a $25,000 cost savings to the town last year when we were facing a 15.5% increase. So we were anticipating to have somewhat of an increase, and I'm pleased with the numbers that they came in at. Again, our current benefit design is very favorable and it remains competitive, which is essential as we aim to attract and retain top talent in the market, especially against our surrounding municipalities. The proposed increases are necessary to continue offering a favorable plan design that supports both our employees and the town's goals for workforce stability. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Counselor King, any questions?
What kind of feedback do you get from employees on this?
Employees are huge fans of our plan design. We have extremely low deductibles. Our deductible on our medical plan is $250, which is lower than most of the plans that you'll see out in the market. And even with our dental, our annual maximum is $2,000. Typical is about $1,500, so they get more use out of the plan. We did listen. We had some employees that weren't able to get bridges or tooth replacements last year because of a provision that we actually had removed. And so they're going to be able to do that now, which we're excited to announce. So, but the overall pulse is that it is very favorable. I don't have very many complaints about the plan design, so that's why we aim to keep that where it is. And we measure at about 88% performance against other plan designs in municipalities.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Adel?
3 quick questions if I could.
Yes.
Does the town plan utilize a health savings account? Does it have a non-smoking discount? And does it also have a wellness plan?
Sure. So the first question for a health savings account, you have to offer a high deductible health plan, which we do not. However, I did look into offering a health reimbursement account. Those can be tricky. You have to make sure that they're administered properly because of, you have to go in and supply all of your receipts, and it can become very cumbersome where I've seen that there's not very much participation, or they're not really getting, the employees aren't getting the best use out of it because they're having so much trouble with submitting all their receipts. So I worked with our insurance brokers, and I'm currently working on making a relationship with a provider who provides an app where they would actually be able to take a picture of their receipt and it would automatically be uploaded into the portal. So I don't have to wait for our plan year to implement that. So once that's done, I would like to implement that so employees can start putting some money away through payroll deduction, add a tax-free savings towards, health reimbursement. And then perhaps next year we could talk about doing an employer match to that to incentivize employees to be, good stewards of their money.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Discount for non-smokers to incent good health?
We don't have that implemented as of yet, but we are looking at that. I'm going to implement our wellness program this year, starting in January. So the first thing is being a health screening to kind of get a pulse of our overall wellness of our group. And then I do know through Hometown Health, they offer like a small reimbursement. It's a small dollar value. I think it's a gift card or something if you are a smoker, if you are a non-smoker. But I definitely would like to implement that more and go through a tobacco-free workplace program to incentivize our employees that are, smokers to quit. And essentially, it will, help the overall performance of our plan.
Thank you.
One thing I've had experience with is smokers would pay a higher rate versus non-smokers paying a lower rate, which equals the same thing, but you'd almost penalize the smokers.
The challenge with that is there's some legal issues that sometimes come into play. It's sometimes legally, it's
Correct.
easier to give a discount than it is
Correct.
to
I've
charge
also
people
worked
more.
where we've done blood testing to see if there's nicotine in the system you
You
can
do that
refuse
with-
a hire, new hire, yeah.
You can do that with a swab too without
Yep,
doing blood
correct.
testing, with the saliva, yeah.
And you said you had 3 questions. I think I
I
only answered
was
2.
just asking the extent of your
wellness
wellness program.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So again, we'll be implementing that in January along with our brokers.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Counselor Woodson?
Well, I will say that the reminders on this that go out, like, don't forget to sign up. I mean, they are daily, sometimes twice a day,
Yes.
so that's covered. We got that covered. But I do want to make sure, because I think I read in the very first one that came out, if you are not changing anything,
Right.
it will automatically go and continue on. So you don't have to do anything.
Right. So this year we are having a passive enrollment. Last year we had a very hands-on enrollment. Being that the plan design is basically exactly the same, if you are not making changes, you do not have to go into the system to re-enroll. You just would let HR know, I'm not making any changes. We'll have you sign off, and then there's nothing further to do.
But we do need to know if you're riding a mechanical bull this weekend.
Yes.
As I said, I
Well,
am
you
out of
said
town.
she's a wild bull rider and she loves her rodeo.
Could we offer a discount for non-bull riders?
Well, and I lost all my cowboy boots in Ian and everything else, so now I for sure cannot ride the bull. I don't have cowboy boots.
What size are you? Might have a dusty pair of cowboy boots in the
Thanks for the
in the
help.
closet.
Counselor Safford?
A great job. I have actually a question for Joe. Are these new numbers reflected in our budget?
They are.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. That plan is awesome.
Thank you.
It's a good point.
Great job, Talisa.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there any further discussion or a motion for the fiscal year 2024-25 benefit renewal?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item E, authorize auditor and engagement letters. Authorize the town manager to execute the engagement letters with Malden and Jenkins to provide independent external auditor services for fiscal year 2024. Joe?
Good morning, Joe Onzig, Finance Director. We had spoken about this when the audit was presented to you at a previous meeting, so I don't think there's a lot that needs to be said. But what this resolution does is it authorizes the town manager to sign the engagement letters, which would effectively, I don't know if the right word is renew their contract, but it's a 3-year contract, so it'll allow them to
Fulfill it?
perform.
Continue.
To continue, that's a good word, to continue their services for their 3rd and final year of the contract. And there's 2 aspects of it. There's the financial statement audit, and there's an examination of compliance regarding investment of public funds. And the cost of the audit is $51,000, but there's also an additional charge of $5,000 for each special or single. It's called a single audit, and that's of grant funds. So that would involve FEMA primarily.
Okay. Counselor Safford, questions?
Just a comment. Being the advisor to the audit committee, I think this is fantastic. Malden and Jenkins does a wonderful job, and I'm really happy that we're going to continue our relationship with them.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Nothing.
And did I remember, I read in there that this would also allow them to engage quicker after the end of the fiscal year to be able to start the audit?
Yes, that's correct. This is probably the soonest, since I've been here, then they'll be able to
Yep.
begin.
Okay.
We're much more closely, to being able to close the year than we
Okay.
have been in the past.
Perfect. Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Nothing.
Counselor King?
I have none.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to approve or deny the?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is item F, the town CEMP administrative updates, the town comprehensive emergency management plan, CEMP administrative updates and input. Mr. Town Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Jason's gonna come talk a little bit about it. He's kind of been the driving force behind this as the legislative aid, but this is something, we just review it every year and do some housekeeping and make sure we've got titles and not names and things like that. But Jason, if you'll address some of it, please, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Freeman for the record. Just like Andy said, we're continuing to do ongoing review efforts throughout the year. We're getting into peak hurricane season now. So just doing a couple administrative updates, although they're not required to be approved by town council. We thought it was in best interest to get your feedback on the plan, any areas that we can change or update. We did a couple administrative updates, including just, like Andy said, organization, just titles, that sort of thing with it, just as they update throughout as our organization updates. We incorporated our participation in the FROC program and following their policies and procedures. So we thought that was important to add on there. And just a couple minor efforts. So before you have a copy of the draft plan, so just seeking any feedback that we can include. And then we'll work with Andy and you all on approving that for this upcoming year.
Counselor King, any questions?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Jason, is this the document to look for the granular explanation as to the town's reentry plan after a storm?
So it does mention hurricane reentry. That would be a supplement to the CEMP, the overall plan, working with our internal departments here. So we can always do that like as an exhibit to that plan. Just, it keeps it at a very high level in this plan, but.
But that exhibit, does it exist in writing somewhere, what our reentry plan is?
We do have one, but I don't believe it's attached to it, but I can work with Andy and Frankie and Tom and everybody on that one, and we can get something.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's important to have that available to the public to be able to understand if there is an event.
This more goes to the state, so they understand our 30,000-foot view of how we operate, and that's a little more on the, like you call it, granular, and that can be something we attach and put on our website and send out as we get closer to really the heightened part of hurricane season.
That's great.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Counselor Woodson?
I do know that there were a lot of changes made to the reentry, and I'm just wondering if it would be helpful because, you know, we still are in hurricane season, if that's something that could be posted on our website so that people have that before anything happens, that they'll know what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And supplemental policies like that, we like to reference them in the plan, but we don't necessarily attach them to it just because then we'd have to, if we want to change anything on those,
Right.
we'd be changing the plan constantly. But that's something, yeah, I'm happy to work with everybody on, and we can get that going.
Yeah, but just from a procedural, just to have what the expectation is.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder to everybody too, and the public listening, you know, those passes are still available here at Town Hall, so as we approach peak hurricane season, it's a good idea to make sure you got the correct one, and we have all the documentation, everything with it, so we're continuously working with Andy and everybody with the sheriff's office, fire department to update those plans and kind of just make sure everything's coordinated too, so. Never stops.
Counselor Sapper?
Yeah, I've got one granular question. On page 710, where it says chain of command for town emergency operations, it says that the incident commander of the town of Fort Myers Beach will be in control. Who exactly is that?
Typically, it's the town manager, or unless it's designated by somebody else, depending if there's a unified command, like I know we had with Ian, where, you know, the fire department or the sheriff's office, and town government might all work on a unified command too, but typically goes to the town manager first, and then if he designates any authority.
If we had our own police department, it'd be the police chief during an emergency, but since we don't, we have to designate me, and then we work with the other two, and just because of the way we're set up.
Okay.
It kind of, sure.
Well, I was gonna ask just to Scott's question, or follow up on that. After Hurricane Ian, who was in charge? I mean, I don't ask that, that's not to be flippant. I mean, who strategically was in charge?
So I think depending on what the plan and everybody working together, but typically it would go with the administration and then from there.
No, but after Ian, who was in
After
charge?
who was
You
in
want a little help
charge?
with that one, Jason?
Yeah, if you know, yeah.
I think that was rhetorical.
Yeah.
I think it was rhetorical.
It was
It's
not
like a
re-
who's on first thing.
It was not
Sure.
rhetorical. I wasn't being flippant.
Oh.
I just wondered, according
I wouldn't
to our policy,
Probably
Right.
would have been the town manager.
Should be the the
Yeah,
town
that's,
manager.
I mean, that's
unless-
why I
unless it's
asked the
determined,
question,
yeah.
right?
But you also have to
Because-
realize this hadn't been addressed until I got here.
no,
Right,
no.
So
but
we
that's
refined
why I
it.
asked the question, because it doesn't specify the
And
town manager, it says incident.
Right, you typically don't put the title or a name or anything because it's a generic document that you
Okay.
send to the
Well,
state.
that's why I asked the question.
I'm with you.
Because it could,
Right.
right after the storm, it was the town manager, but it very quickly went to a unified command.
Sure.
Meaning, because if, the reason I think, at least my understanding, is the reason you don't put a title in there is because if for some reason the town manager is incapacitated or can't fulfill the role, then it can be whomever is the next
Okay.
person, and, you know, the council, and I think could make a policy decision to.
So,
But it went very quickly to a unified command center, meaning the fire chief, the Lee County Sheriff's Office, the town manager, the incident response teams that were here. It was a round table full of decision makers.
is there a formal document that explains how a unified command works under these situations? In other words, was it a democracy? Was there votes? Was it consensus? What was the?
I think it
What
was
was your
strongly
experience?
suggested from the state's level to go the unified command route.
No. Within the unified command, if
Yeah.
there was a dispute, would they literally have a vote of that unified command? Was
That-
it always consensus?
That's a good question. I don't know that answer. Usually there was, at least, once things changed, there was no disputes.
Right.
It was pretty much let the experts do their job.
It's usually understood in a system under FEMA's guidelines that the chief, the police officer, ranking police officer would be in charge. That's typically the way it goes. Law enforcement usually takes the lead.
So it's
However,
Surfside-
when
It's Surfside was your police chief then?
that is
In
correct.
charge? Okay.
In other towns I've been in, for instance, when the building collapsed, the police chief was not me, I was on his support, but
Yep.
not command.
Yeah,
'cause
it's
he
a
was-
sincere question. I'm just trying to
Yep.
understand how it works.
So here,
Yeah.
it would be me at the initial, because there's gotta be that contact, and we've got the new radio systems that communicates better and things like that, but, at some point, it would probably be given to, if there's an incident commander, it would probably be given off to, I would imagine, Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And I asked that question and follow up on Scott's question because at some point, someone's gonna have to make a decision as to when reentry of the residents can begin and when, and how that would work. And who is gonna make that call under the current strategy?
I think at that point, unfortunately, there's a lot of players that come into, FDOT's gonna come into play because of the bridge. We have zero control over that. Lee County Sheriff's Office, and then me. I don't think the fire department would have as much of, at that point, because you won't make that decision until they finish what they're doing. So it'd probably come down to FDOT would be the ultimate decision maker in that, and then Lee County Sheriff's Office as far as the safety part.
And you say FDOT, but they control the north bridge, but the county controls the south bridge. So
Correct, but I don't know who controls the bridge further down in Bonita Springs. I don't know,
County
Bonita
as well.
Beach. So that's a county beach, so.
And I can tell you that
Then
the
it'd be the
USAR teams that came in had a lot of pull when it came to search and rescue.
It depends on the situation.
Yeah, depending on the severity of the situation, it was, they had to do their job, and they can't do their job if everybody's
That's
stomping
correct.
over them. So there was at the beginning, there was some pushback from staff to get Publix open, for instance, and they're like, we've gotta find people. And that's when it went to the unified command thing, and then decisions were made as a team versus, one person making decisions. So at least in my opinion, it's very difficult to set a specific time frame because depending on the severity of a disaster will determine how much time it takes to find people. I mean, but you gotta have some guidelines to your point as to what are some expectations, and we didn't have that before. We didn't have any, in one hand, there was not a lot of agreement and communication as far as when people could come back on or who was making that ultimate decision. I think we've corrected that.
Yeah,
I think the biggest part of it is what we're doing now. You're right, exactly right. Is communication before an event gets here and making sure that everybody's got each other's numbers and
And
knows
if
how to
I could
communicate.
say this is somebody who had a front row seat to all this, Mayor, you were in the hot seat obviously after you got elected. But I think one of the things that's changed dramatically is the relationship and the trust between the town, the fire department, the county, the state, feds. I think that relationship and that collegiality, the trust is dramatically different, in a positive sense. And I think to your all credit, that's a big piece of the puzzle that we struggled with before.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that has come out of this, in my opinion, is the unified message. After the storm, there wasn't a unified message, and as we saw, there
was no message.
I think now, everybody, to your point, is on the same page, and it doesn't necessarily matter who's giving the message, as long as it's a unified message between everybody that's going in the same direction.
Yeah, and I think as part of the plan, I mean, getting the feedback, so the plan's been to all the department directors as well as getting, your input, and we've kind of put in all of the best practices and lessons learned and everything from Ian, into that, so I think that's, the great part of it is it just keeps building forward. Most agencies also participate in FEMA provides that framework for unified command, and then, it's the NIMS system, so we have all of our staff participate, and get the trainings in the 1, 2, 7, and 800. Those are independent study courses through FEMA that you can take online. So we encourage all of our staff to do that, as well as key officials as well. So that kind of gives an overall overview, I guess, of the whole NIMS system, and gives some definitions and kind of practices with that. And then we're also working on getting some higher level FEMA trainings for some of our key staff as well. So it's an ongoing effort. I know there's a couple people signed up for another FEMA course here in the next couple weeks. So it's an ongoing, continuous effort. So.
Well, Jason, thank you for all your hard work. I know you've been working in the background really hard on a lot of this stuff, and we appreciate all that effort.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a plan that was adopted, I guess, a little while before Ian, so we've just kind of been taking that, amending it, and it's kind of just a very flexible, fluid document that we keep reviewing, so, and we will forever, I think, up until then. So appreciate all the feedback. If there's anything else, just let me know, and we'll get it rolling.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, any more discussion, or is there a motion for the town CEMP administrative updates plan?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is item G, Angela Christ, USF Institute of Government. This is the Town Council's Strategic Planning Proposal Input. Town Manager?
Yep, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. What we have before you is the proposal for a strategic planning process should you decide to move forward. We started with the first phase, and this was, the second phase was them to provide us a document. The cost is $225,427.60. It can be covered by ARPA funds, with understanding bringing ARPA funds into it is we have to have the ARPA funds that we have committed or expended by the end of this year. So this is a perfect fit for that, should you decide to go forward. There's several layers to this. It's a process that is a kind of laborious, but it also includes public hearings, public meetings, involving the public in things, interviewing strategic stakeholders, interviewing you, interviewing staff. It's well encompassed in how we are going to start strategically planning the future of the island, and it encompasses, and it brings everything in, comp plans, everything into play. This is totally up to you if you want to move forward with this, and that's kind of where we are. I wanted to bring this back since we had already initiated it and see where you felt like we needed to be.
Counselor King, questions?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge you, Mr. Town Manager, only because, you know, this sounds great, and obviously everybody's for strategic planning, and it all sounds great. But given your experience, is this gonna help you? And is this the group that you want? Is this gonna be an exercise where it goes on the shelf after it's done, or is this something, is it gonna be a working document that will actually help you and your team? I mean, be candid with us, because, I mean, it all sounds good, but if it doesn't have any practical impact, and it's not gonna be easily utilized, doesn't make a lot of sense.
The first thing I did when I got here was look for your strategic plan to see where you wanted me to be, and you didn't have that. So it's like, all right, now, but a hurricane, you know, you hope that this is that 30,000-foot view, that everything comes underneath it. But again, that's the first thing I started asking, you know, where's our strategic plan? And when you got what we had, it's like, ooh. So I'm gonna kinda answer this with this statement. This is gonna help who comes after me, and who comes after you, and who comes after, and it's gonna help this team as they continue to move, because this position will evolve, these could evolve, that leadership aspect could come out of it, and then you have no document to lead. You didn't have the community emergency management plan to lead. All these things filter under here. It's all parts of that, the what I call golden threads that come out of the main, and how we treat our employees as far as their goals and their accomplishments, and how we set our standard for how we want to do things. I believe that we have a very good, unique opportunity in Fort Myers Beach. Is one of the reasons that, you know, I was attracted was because it's really was a blank slate coming in. I mean, I know, unfortunately, the hurricane kind of created that big void, if you will. How we're going to rebuild, what we're going to do, but we had a great chance to look at how we're going to set up our system. You can see how I've hopefully strategically placed people, staffing-wise, that feed into. I'm just using this as the example as the top. You're the top, right? Well, the public's the top, and you're right below that. But I think we've got to have something that just ties everything together. Right now, it's like comp plans over here, CEMP's over here, codes are over here. We've got, you know, thing, and there's not, HR's over here. We're not all pulled together. What are the 5 or 6 goals that we're trying to get to? And they're pretty broad based. We don't get real specific, as granular, to use your word. You kind of get way up at 30,000 feet and say, okay, if we could have the perfect island, the perfect town, what would it be? You know, where does stormwater fit? Way down here, you know, under Jeff, but it's still got to be part of it. As we talk to the citizens and residents, we heard things today, you know, about this is the way it was way back, and how, but that's what we need, and that's not gonna be here forever. So how are we gonna set our roadmap to help the future go? Yeah, is it gonna help me? Yes, but it's gonna help whoever comes after me. Probably it should help them even more than me, because first thing they do when they come to before the interview is look for this document. they can answer all your questions if this has been set up properly. So I believe it's money well spent.
Okay, that, you seemed a bit initially dispassionate about it. Now you seem much more passionate, so I feel better about it. Okay, thank you. All right.
I just wanted to leave it pretty generic. I didn't want to force my opinion on
No,
you
I
too
want
much.
your, I want your opinion. All right, thank you.
Counselor Woodson?
You know, I am a 110% believer in strategic planning. I mean, I was involved in it in my corporate life every year, inside and out, quarterly basis. You go back and you review where you are for that year, 3-year, 5-year plans. I think it's something that we would really be remiss if we didn't do it. And as Andy said, you know, we almost have an open slate. I mean, people ask about it. Well, what are your goals? What's your mission? What is this? What is that? Well, we don't even have a strategic plan. We had one, but it wasn't even looked at since 2017. And, you know, when Ian hit, it was 2022, so it was 5 years and nothing had been changed. Nothing had even been considered. So I, for one, think this is money well spent. We have the money, we have the funds, we have to use them or lose them. So I think this is a huge benefit to the town and going forward.
Counselor Safford?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the biggest part of this strategic plan, though, is the community involvement.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm looking at the schedule here of phase 1.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Exact same thing.
I would like to challenge all of us to set a goal to have this completed by January instead of March of 27. But I think that when we do have the community involvement, I think it's critical that we have that involvement when people are here, not in September, not in October, but
March or April.
March or April. I think it's got to be January, February, March at the latest. It's going to be crucial that we all rebuild together, that we all have a common goal. I know you can't please 100% of the people, but I think we, you know, as we saw with the pier, it got everybody in the community involved, and we figured out what we wanted, and we figured out how to get it and get it paid for. So I think if we can have the same enthusiasm that we had with the pier, you know, we can have a vision of what this island's gonna look like in 2040.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, along the exact same lines, looking at the schedule of phase 1, 1.5, and 1.6 and 1.7, to me, should be moved up to when we have the majority of the people here. If they're here, they will be engaged, and, you know, people like to sit down at a table and have, you know, hash things out. So if you can move that around a little bit to make sure that the community focus groups 1 and 2 are at the height of our season, when we have the majority of people here, I think that will go a long way in making some of those other steps much easier to go through. To Scott's point, you get community direction, it makes a lot of your decisions much easier than going backwards. Any other questions? None? Okay. Is there a motion for item G, Angela Christ, USF Institute of Government, the Town Council Strategic Planning Proposal?
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. No further discussion. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
All right, our next 2 agenda items are new. It's item H, Resolution 24-182, implementing FEMA letter dated July 19th, 2024. This is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, directing the town manager to implement all requirements set forth in a letter dated July 19th, 2024 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and providing for an effective date. Town manager? Frankie? Whomever.
So basically what this is dealing with is all the municipalities involved in the flood insurance program in this area, the 5 municipalities in total, were given separate set of directives by FEMA. Ours was basically because our island is considered a special flood zone area, the entire island. So in doing such, FEMA regulators came through at that time. All temporary structures within 2 lots north of Estero were deemed unsafe and unpermittable. Through council's actions, we had come back to you early in the spring and asked to give us a little bit more teeth in our use of a temporary use permit that allowed code enforcement and other things at our disposal here in the town to go after some of these people that were trying to either apply for a temporary use permit or that have already received one and try to keep their feet to the fire, so to speak. This letter basically came in and did away with all that and said, gave us an end date and a finite date of November 18th to be totally compliant with this. And those structures include anything that's considered a connex or a shipping container within 2 lots north of Estero. Anything that cannot be towed out of here by a light-duty truck under FEMA's classification, not the town's. So we had a meeting with the FEMA director from District 4, Robert Saman, along with Kevin Guthrie, the director of Florida's Emergency Management, at which time it was stated to the town that there would be no extensions, no carryover, no nothing. It was not up for debate. These things had to be enforced. So this allows us to go ahead and reach out to these people that are in and affected within this, and just tell them they have plans to be made by November 18th. If you don't already have a brick and mortar plan in place with the town, I think there's a handful that have reached out and already are in the planning and zoning process. The other ones are going to have to make different arrangements and cannot be on Fort Myers Beach after the 18th of November.
Yeah, so obviously this is gonna create some waves. Do you have any idea of roughly how many businesses and residential potential, well, mostly commercial, I would guess,
So
are gonna be affected by this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Basically, we're dealing with about 6 commercial properties. And on the residential side, as far as temporary use trailers that are still being used, I believe there's about an equal amount on the beach side that are still in that zone, and farther down towards Mid-Island. And the caveat to this whole thing, which was kind of a twist at the end, was all shipping containers for all condos and construction companies are also included in this. And as Councilor King on the far south end, all the way up to here, every major construction company that's working on these condos has shipping containers, or we call them connexes, to store materials, tools, things like that to facilitate their work. They all fall under this umbrella. They all have to be compliant by the 18th. So what
And that leads me to my next question.
Yes, sir.
If they're not compliant, this is much different than our normal code process where you give
Right.
them a violation, they have 30 days to come into compliance. If they don't, then they start collecting fines. What are the ramifications through this plan that has been told that we have to follow?
So if the town does not comply with all letters that they've written out from FEMA, we basically go on probation. We lose
For the
all-
National Flood Insurance
Yes, sir. We lose all recourse as far as all the stuff that we've done so far to make it right and to keep our head above water and do all the right things that FEMA has asked of us. It would negate all that and put us back to 0.
And my next question is for you, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
What legal ramification, or what avenues do we have in place to ensure that these actions are taken by the 18th of November?
Well, there's different types of structures that are out there. We would look at them on a case-by-case basis. If it was a structure that we issued an emergency temporary placement permit, that permit would be revoked. If it is a construction trailer, that would have been a term and condition of our building permit, and we would have to look further into that. So my answer is, it's a case-by-case assessment of what is left out there that appears, from FEMA's perspective, as being non-compliant.
And
It's
will-
not a,
okay.
you know, not everything.
Who
and will
makes
the-
the ultimate call that something's compliant or not? Is that?
So
That-
we raised that question too. So Kevin Guthrie, the director of FDEM, was sitting right next to Robert Simon, who is the regional director for FEMA. In our Florida Building Code is adopted the FEMA regulations for flood. Director Guthrie basically reiterated to Andy and I that it would be ultimately enforced by the state, that we did not have a recourse, and that the state would be backing up FEMA on all these requests. So this does not just apply to Fort Myers Beach. This applies to every municipality that is considered in a special flood zone area. We just happen to have a whole island's worth of it. And ours varies in height and in severity from the V zone upwards to the back lots where you can get into the AE zones, things that get you a little bit more height, they get you a little bit different classification as far as how things can be tied down, what kind of structures you can have in those areas versus on the beach or closely there related. That's why the line of demarcation was written for Estero 2 lots north, because that's the area that's basically affected at this time.
So just to clarify, if somebody has a used store trailer or pod or whatever you call them on their property, and there's a bunch of them, they're okay as long as they've got plans and they're rebuilding their house. Is that correct?
If they're rebuilding their house and those plans are with the town and we can verify that this is in that stage of rebuilding, we're good, because we can cover it and we can explain it out. It's the plans that are the properties that don't have plans. You know, again, under FEMA's guidelines, they give you 188 days from the storm. We're past that. You know, and we will be past that by that date. So they're looking at, okay, what have you done as a town? What have you done as an area to secure permitted work going further? We've issued temporary permits based on the fact that these people could put it on a residential lot and while they're building their house back. We've given people that had businesses the use of temporary means of getting their businesses back and up operating, whether it be a restaurant, a rental company, whatever it would be. They've come in here now, the state and FEMA both, and said that as of the 18th of November, if those aren't rectified, that's it.
So we passed a couple ordinances 3-4 months ago that.
We did.
So this is gonna supersede that, because I remember
Yes.
the date was specifically.
That,
Right.
So.
We took that initiative on our own, sir.
Right, but I think the public is asking, you know, because people ask us all the time, hey, how long do I have? And we've been saying September 28th, 2025. That no longer is the deal. It's November 18th.
Actually, this doesn't apply to a majority of those people that have the temporary use permits for residential on the other side of Estero, 2 lots in. This is basically dealing with the people that are right on the cusp of that and towards the beach.
Okay, so
And if
that
you-
ordinance.
so it's a little bit of a narrower,
Right.
But the-
scope.
But it's just those lots. It's not.
Correct. We're not
If
going
you're-
townwide with this
Okay.
at this point. At this point, we've just been directed to that specific area. And that's kind of what we've done. As far as trying to stay ahead of it, we've initiated code to go out and start reaching out and taking photos of the condos that are under construction, the construction company, and reaching out, or trying to reach out, coming up here this week, with the HOAs and those companies, and letting them know that this is a directive and this has to be addressed. We're trying to give them a median date of like mid-October, so that we have time to push that last little bit and not be caught with structures still not being accounted for.
So we're actually gonna go out and each and every one of these that are questionable, we're gonna
Yes.
reach out right away.
Yes, sir, we've already started that. We've
Okay.
already started that on the far south end, and we're working back this way. As far as the condos go, I've reached out to a few property owners that have these temporary structures and tried to explain to them that, A, it's not a town issue, it's not a Lee County issue, it's really not a state issue, it's a federal law, that this cannot exist in this area. And the state is backing up the federal government on this law, so nothing can supersede a federal law at this point.
So, we are strictly talking about, containers, if you will, or something like that, that are not portable. So they're not on wheels, they can't be hooked up to a truck and moved off in an evacuation.
Light duty truck.
Yeah,
Light
they
duty truck,
specify
right.
light duty.
Right, but, am I right in saying that? That
Yes, ma'am.
It's things that are not on wheels and are not capable of being moved within, I don't know, a day's notice or whatever
Yes,
it may
ma'am,
be.
yes, ma'am.
Well, I think just because they're on wheels doesn't mean
They can be moved.
they
I
can
know.
be moved.
You
I
are
got
correct,
that.
because some of those would require a large truck, semi-trailer to
'Cause we're on
pull,
wheels.
dismantle, and everything.
But we're not in that zone.
Yeah, I mean, these trailers came with double sets of wheels. Each one of these, you know, there's 4 sections here. Each section had 2 sets of wheels on it. To tear these apart and put the wheels back on and get them ready to be towed out of here, you're probably looking at about at least 4 days, guys working
Around the
constantly
clock,
to get it to happen.
Right.
So that's not gonna happen if we got 48 hours to bug out of here. And I think that was FEMA's main concern. It's not so much that these structures are there, they don't wanna have to pay twice for the same problem. In other words, we get a big storm surge coming again, those containers are the ones that are gonna be taking out houses down the street.
Right.
And that's their main concern.
Director Guthrie was very emphatic about federal law trumps local and state law.
Yeah,
No question.
there was no choice.
No question.
So my question is, I've got a couple of them actually. You said you started to reach out. I would highly encourage us to expedite this reach out. A lot of resources I think need to be put behind this to let these people know what's coming, so they can make plans to vacate by the 18th of November.
That's why we wanted to get it before you as quick as possible.
The other question I have is, now it just slipped my mind. The list of people that are, is this because I'm guessing people are going to do a public information request. Is this something that is protected under FEMA's guidelines, that it's not a public?
It is.
Okay, so the people that are gonna be notified, it will not be a public record request?
Correct. The only
to be able
ones
to
that
find
would
it.
be any kind of public record would be the condos because they weren't put on the list. This is just was a, hey, as we're walking out the door, oh, by the way, you got about 1,500 connexes that you have to account for, and they're over this way. So that's.
Well, I certainly, this is gonna be, again, this is gonna create a very large wave, no pun intended, but it's.
Sure.
Nancy, I think we need to make sure that legally, we can provide people what, because some people, I'm quite certain, are gonna say, I'm not moving it. And what can we do it sounds to me like the federal government says, we don't care what the reason is, it has to be done by the 18th. But we need to be able to legally say, you can do it, or we're gonna do it. So I'm making my points, we need to have that plan in place as soon as possible, if it's not
Okay.
already done.
We have been discussing that.
We-
And as soon as we can get a few things ironed out, we'll get that to you
Yes.
all, even if it's done specially.
So we've had a lot of conversations over the weekend about this particular issue. What I wanted to point out was Scott had asked some questions about our existing ordinance. One of the requirements is that we issue no more permits. And also, the resolution that you have in your packet refers to the July 19th, 2024 letter. And there on page 2, it talks about what the town must do before September 16th. And that report that the town manager and Frankie will be putting together will talk about their efforts to come into compliance. By having your resolution adopted today, it really shows unity and support that this is going to get done.
Yeah, okay, because it looks like pretty much everything was stricken out in our temporary use permit. For the most part, everything's gone out of there.
Yes.
And when we asked for it, sir, in all due respect, it was to address an issue of people coming in and getting permits that really didn't apply to the chunk of land that they claimed that they had a specific business or use for. And at the beginning, it seemed like everybody that knew somebody was getting a permit to use their lot, and that was the whole reason. It didn't affect the residential side. It was more or less to give code the teeth to go ahead and address, and building and zoning as well, to address that people, just because you're a friend of somebody, does not give you the right to open up your business on their property. And so that's when we started doing a deeper dive and looking for the uses of that property and trying to issue permits in accordance with that, excuse me. That tightened up a great deal, that alleviated a lot. But going forward, barring any type of catastrophe, we are not allowed to do that, nor should I think we should.
Vice Mayor?
I just had a question, Frankie, for these various condos that are under repair, and they have these, use the term connexes or construction trailers. Obviously, you've got this issue here, but what advice would you give them to sort of continue their work, have their tools nearby? What's the solution, I guess, for a practical solution, if there is one?
Practice solution would be put them on a semi-trailer, something that, even though it's not considered light duty, at least you could hook up a tractor trailer to, or a tractor to it and get it out of here, in a very reasonable amount of time. A lot of these condos, not so much, you can see intermittent work being done. Some of the ones mid-island don't seem to be inhabited, so you could take a lot of that material and put it on that first floor perhaps, use it hallway storage, those type of things, get it off the parking lot, those type of things. Alleviate box trucks, whatever it would be. I think the town would be more than accommodating if you came up with a solution of saying, hey, we're gonna bring in a couple of big box trucks, and we're gonna put all our stuff in there, and that way they can be driven out at a moment's notice. That goes a long way in setting a plan or helping us, our plan, rather than just having them stacked in your parking lot.
I would, and I know we're not in the business of giving advice, but as we do this, if we do a press release on this, it might be really helpful to have that kind of suggestive thoughts, that include those thoughts, because I think people, as frustrated as they may be by the decree, I think they'll appreciate your advice for solutions.
And we did have that planned after this discussion here today.
Great.
And then going forward, like I said, we already started with code, doing those pictures of the people what they had on their property, and not doing it to harm anybody, but at least get a working knowledge of who had what, where, so we could make that contact more viable.
Thank you, very good.
And is it possible to get out, probably isn't a map that exists, but it could be kind of confusing when you say 2 lots north of Estero
Yes.
Boulevard? If we could come up with something, just a general idea of if you're in this zone,
Yes.
it's going to affect
And
you.
we honestly, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can do that. By all rights, we will do that. But we actually know what we're dealing with on this side of Estero. It's mainly on.
Well, I understand
the
you
side.
understand it,
Yeah.
but it's,
Get it
those that aren't watching right now,
Correct.
it's going to come as a very large shock to them. So any suggestions and or documentation we can provide them to help let them know if they're in the zone or they're not the zone? We may know it, but they may not know it
Yes,
or
sir.
understand it.
We'll get that out with our release.
Okay.
So you had mentioned too that this is not just Fort Myers Beach, it's Lee County, it's wherever these zones exist. But we are being looked at on an individual basis, correct?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it doesn't make any difference what Estero does or what anybody
No,
else
this
does,
has
we
to
are
be done,
looking at us.
this has to be done by us. I mean,
By us, okay.
we are in great coordination, as the town manager and I are in weekly meetings with the other municipalities in dealing with the flood insurance project, if you wanna call it that we've all started with, about a year ago. But, this is above and beyond that. This supersedes any of the work that we've done with that. This is, again, I think we're the only municipality besides maybe Sanibel that can be called a special flood zone area. So this is something that they really, really scrutinize and hold in regard.
Got your work cut out for you, Nancy.
We do. As I said, we did work really hard with Becky and I and Frankie and Andy over the weekend trying to figure out what we needed to do and how we can do it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions for staff?
I do.
Yep.
Town, are we in compliance?
Is it town?
Yes.
Currently, we are, sir, yes.
Okay.
When we design these structures, FEMA requires an 8-foot auger to be secured in the subsoil. We designed these to have 16-foot, and we also doubled it up on each trailer, so we're definitely exceeding all of FEMA's requirements, plus we put it up 3 feet above grade, from that special flood zone area.
But we don't have any other shipping containers anywhere?
We do, but they're also in a compliance zone at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
It's the first thing I asked.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a motion to approve or deny resolution 24-182 implementing the FEMA letter dated July 19th, 2024? I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I am an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. I know we said 12 o'clock. Do we want to just finish it, or do you want to?
Let's finish it.
Let's finish
Push
it?
through, I don't have
Push
much
through?
on mine.
Okay. Then we will go to item I, resolution 20, this is the last item on the administrative agenda. Item I, 24-183, a resolution authorizing the town manager to sign the FEMA CDL application. A resolution to authorize the town manager of the town of Fort Myers Beach to request a loan under the Community Disaster Loan Program of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for a maximum amount of $4,800,000 $1,081,357 to draw upon if needed to fund essential government services as a result of lost revenues to receive and manage these funds and for other purposes providing for severability and an effective date. Joe?
Okay, Joe Onsick, Finance Director. I put together just a few slides because I just wanted to make sure I covered each of the points because this is just being thrown at you at the last minute. The town submitted a request to FEMA over a year ago to be considered for a community disaster loan. It's CDL for short.
Joe, can I interrupt? It's been thrown at you at the last minute because it was thrown at us at the last minute.
Yes,
This
yes,
is not
yes.
something we've been sitting on and all of a sudden,
Is
boom.
this the original $5 million loan that we applied
Yes,
for?
yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry if I didn't phrase that correctly. Yeah. So FEMA contacted the town on August 22nd, so it's just really a few days ago, with follow-up requests for information and clarifications. So the finance department, we worked with FEMA representatives to reconcile what their calculations were to what we had in our own financial records. It was completed on Friday, September 6th. As a result, that same day, then FEMA determined that the town qualified for $4,081,357 community disaster loan. What this loan is, it's a loan that may only be used to fund essential government operations if no other funds are available. So how they described it to me over the phone was it's really to be used as a last resort to keep the lights on. So it is. It was designed for truly disaster towns undergoing a disaster. The ironic thing was it's taken almost 2 years to get this. So, and they even admitted that. So when I also then explained to them, let me see, I don't want to skip over what this last point is. So when we do have such a circumstance as that, where we are running out of funds and we have some essential services to fund, that's when we submit a request. So we don't get this money as cash in our bank. They hold on to it, and it's something that we request and draw down. If we were to submit a request and the disbursement is received by the town, then the town, we must spend it within 3 days. So it's not something we can even ask for way in advance.
What's their timing to approve it?
Well, they're supposed to be able to approve it shortly. I don't know what that means. Interest will begin accruing on the total amount of the disbursements at a rate of approximately 3.5%, but the actual interest rate will be determined at whatever point FEMA signs the official agreement. If the town does not use the loan, there is no interest charged to the town. After 5 years, the town must repay whatever balance of the loan, whatever we actually borrowed, needs to be repaid within 5 years, unless we continue to experience lost revenue. If that's the case, then FEMA would consider forgiving the loan. I did explain to FEMA that we already have the $11.9 million bridge loan to cover our lost revenue, and also that we have the state appropriation for $7.5 million for lost revenue. And I just wanted to make sure that they knew that, because these were new developments since we already originally applied for them, because I did not want that to suddenly become a revelation to them I didn't want to be accused of just not disclosing information or whatever negative implications there may be. But they said that was okay. They're still encouraging us to accept the loan, that they recommend that we consider it like an insurance policy or as a safety net. So in order to accept this loan, the town has to approve the application, the state has to approve the application, FEMA regional office has to approve the application, and finally the headquarters. All of this has to be done by September 30th. So that is why we put it on today's agenda, so that we could at least do our part as quickly as possible.
Okay. Questions for Joe?
If I can add,
Yeah.
we really have no plans to use this money whatsoever.
That's true.
But it does make sense that it would be there, like the initial
Sure.
$7 million we got from that as an upfront. This would already be in place and be able to get it
Correct.
in a
Yes.
matter of days versus a matter of months.
Yes.
Correct.
It's our emergency reserve fund in essence.
There you go.
Or
It's an
another one.
emergency to the
Another one.
emergency.
So this is for future use, not for what has already happened.
Well, it's supposed to be for
what's
what has already happened and the impact on our revenues.
That just stuns me because of how they don't want you double dipping. That we've already received money, but they want us to possibly double dip.
Well, it would, well, exactly. I mean, that's why I wanted to make sure they understood.
And did you get that in writing, or?
No, it's all over
Okay.
phone call, but no, I did submit it in
Emails.
writing,
Okay.
in emails as
All right.
well.
That's good, thank you.
Any other questions for Joe? Thanks, Joe. Is there a motion, if there's no other discussion, is there a motion to approve or deny 24-183 resolution authorizing the town manager to sign the FEMA CDL application?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of 24-183.
Second?
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in final public comment? Come on up.
Carrie Kane again. I'd like to thank you all for all the work you're doing now and the work that's gonna come to you in the future. And there's gonna be a lot of it. You're gonna have a lot of green binders. And thank you for your time for doing that. Just always remember that, when you're looking at things, we have to think of the greater good of the entire community. I do want to say something about the incident command system, that you may not know, and many people don't know unless you've had the training, and I'm really thrilled to hear that we have staff that's gonna go get incident command training. It takes away a lot of responsibility from everybody here. When there's a disaster, a fire, a flood, hurricanes, Florida is one of the best in the country in their incident command system. And a person will be appointed right away before the event happens. And there's many tiers, as your staff has found out. You have people, you have one head, and whether it be the fire chief, whether it be the police chief, but they're trained in these incidences, and they will have staff, well, volunteer people, underneath of them that take care of supplies, safety, security, media, because they want everything to go out, and you know this because you had to experience it. But I just want you to know, we do have, the state of Florida has one of the best incident command systems, and it's under,
That'd be the easiest.
At Bay Oaks?
Yeah. Instead of moving all this over there, moving it all back, they don't need the microphones, they don't need all that over there. To me, that makes the most sense. If they're, it might be something that they have to publicly notice.
We'll reach out to them and ask.
Cause they just put, the signs are out that just say where the precinct is and just points in here. It doesn't say the location, it's just pointed into this property right out front.
Might be easier setup for them too and easier on staff.
That's what I think. Okay, if you'll ask, and then we've got another meeting we can talk
We
about.
can always bring it up at the next meeting,
Sure
right?
can. Just campaign sign reminder to all, a lot of people who run, and I'm not talking about anybody, just be mindful of the right of way. I've seen a lot that are out there and they seem to be out of the right of way, but as we give them to citizens and stuff, all we'll do is move them into the right of way, out of the right of way into public, private property, so just FYI.
Well, that's
we'd
progress from the last election.
Is it?
Yeah.
I wasn't here, so I can't.
Yeah, mine were all taken out.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll
Dumpster-
take them out then, okay, I'm
dumpster
sorry,
got
to
full.
be equal
Yeah, the
opportunity.
dumpster
No, I
got
think
full
this is
really
progress.
quick.
Yeah, I've always instructed
Better
my
off
staff
than
just
the
to move
garbage
them
heap.
6 inches or a foot into the, out of the right of way, and it's okay, but it is what it is. It's not gonna make a big thing about it. Jeff wanted to bring up something about cell cabin.
Yes, we have that joint session on the 19th. Apparently, the peer reviewer cannot make it on the 19th, but can make it on the 18th. So I'm wondering if the 18th from 9 to 11 would work for everyone.
Next week.
19th.
Oh, it is scheduled now on the 19th.
Yeah, it's scheduled for the 19th. If we could move it to the 18th, I don't know if your schedule will accommodate that.
I'm fine.
It's fine with me. Actually works better for me.
Yeah, it works better for me too.
9/18.
Yeah, from 9 to 11?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the 18th from 9 to 11 right here in the chambers.
Okay.
And Frankie had some information about the LPA.
Yes, staff has sat down with the head of the LPA as well as a few other people, town clerk, attorney, trying to come up with a plan that best suits all parties involved. We have so many important things addressing the town in the near future here. With development, we want to make sure that staff has adequate time to not only digest all the plans, but make a qualified recommendation either way to LPA or to council. We had looked at the way things were done before. Our town clerk had brought up to the attention that in years past, it was always 2 weeks before any meeting. Everything was signed, sealed, and delivered to the town clerk. That would leave staff 2 weeks prior to that. There's a lot of scuttlebutt going around for certain developments and why LPA meeting was canceled this last time. It has nothing to do with the developments or their preparation. It has more to do with an internal process of making sure that we get it right the first time. So, in all due respect to staff, we wanted to make sure they had adequate time to, instead of being bombarded with multiple things, take the time, reflect, get everything that they needed, ask the questions that they needed, gain back the information that they need from these people that are applying, and make a logical and proper request to either LPA or council at that time. So effective or beginning September 1st, the town has instituted a new policy to ensure all applications to the LPA can be thoroughly reviewed. Under this policy, all materials for an application, including project narrative, site plans, renderings, and town staff reports, will be submitted to the town clerk no less than 14 days in advance. So that is the cutoff date. Within 2 weeks, if we don't have all the materials from anybody applying, it's not going to be on that meeting. And that's only in due fairness to the town clerk, to our attorneys, and to staff. So that means that people that are in the queue or wishing to get into the queue, you better, when you originally meet with staff, adhere to what they're asking, get the information in. When we send requests out for information from you, please get that back to us in a timely manner, and we can all learn to exist properly. I guess I just didn't like the feeling, since Andy and I have been here, it's been, at the broken end of a bottle every day. And it seems like every week something is either getting added to, or we're asking staff to jump through a hoop, or the council yourselves are always being bombarded with different scenarios. Hey, we need this because of this. If we all follow the same schedule, I think everything will be fine, and we can all get it done in a timely manner. And that was my request to the town clerk and to staff, and we kind of agreed upon that. So, moving forward, staff needs all the materials to be submitted to the town clerk. If we don't have the materials, it's not getting submitted, plain and simple.
Will this also then apply to the council meetings?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the same schedule will be. So the town clerk has the 2 weeks prior to a meeting to get everything put into the packet, to get it out to the LPA. It would be the same for council meetings as well. The information, so
If
she
there
can
was
get it all
something to
put into the
change from the
packet.
LPA?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, and again, this has no bearing on any projects that are currently being worked. All the applicants are totally compliant with everything that we've asked. We're getting material sent back and forth the way it should be. This was more of an internal thing that we had to kind of put the brakes on really quickly and get our heads around. So this way, everything can progress the way it should.
Okay, well, but you're asking our
No,
you made the policy decision.
We just wanted to
or
make
you
it
made
known
the
that this
staff
is
decision? Okay.
staff going forward, yes.
Well, I certainly think it'll be beneficial to allow the LPA and council members enough time to review things that have gone on for 2 years.
Yeah, nobody likes 800 pages on a Friday when the meeting's on Monday.
Well, it's not fair to the residents either. They
No,
don't
that
have
is
time to
correct.
review it and
That
ask
is
their
correct.
questions and formulate it, so, sounds like
That's it.
that's all you got?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Town attorney items?
No items.
No items? Okay.
One real quick item.
Okay. That's how it goes.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Frankie.
Under the administrative thing, Margaritaville had a covering for their stairways, and we're administratively accepting that change to put the thatch roof over their stairwells, and so they granted the administrative variance that they would need to proceed with that. Jason?
Is that gonna be a drive-through, or?
Yeah, the applicant is here, but I hope not.
Touche.
So, as Frankie has just brought up, this is going under the administrative amendment to an existing master concept plan. This has always been in our code. The intent here is to try and streamline the process of making minor changes that are all within the setbacks, heights, and other dimensional standards for the site. So what's being asked for here is the extension of a thatch roof line over their existing 2 sets of stairs, and this is all on the aquatic side. So this is on Estero as you enter the aquatic lot. Over their restaurant, they're asking for a covering, and then on the 2 sets of stairs that access that building from the ground floor on Estero, they're asking for to construct the thatch roof. It is approximately 600 square feet total. That would include the flat covering over the restaurant entrance and exit, and then the actual stairway, the 2 sets of stairways. That's collectively 600 square feet. As I mentioned before, the setbacks are within what was approved in the CPD. It doesn't extend, everything that they're asking for here would be within code, and that was the intent of the administrative approval. So that's what's being presented before you today.
Okay. So do you need anything from us if it's administrative?
No.
This is just informative?
This is informative,
Okay.
and then give you a chance to offer if you'd like to have it come back through the normal process if you disagree.
John?
What's the over and under when somebody will drive through that?
Hopefully never.
Thank you.
Is everyone okay with that?
I'm
Yes.
fine with it.
Okay. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Are you done now, Frank?
I am done, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I am.
All right. Council member items and report. Scott?
Well, I want to do another recognition. I want to recognize the Island Pancake House. I think it is absolutely fantastic that they're open again. And thank you guys. I know there's a lot of work behind the scenes to help them get over the finish line. And I'd just like to ask everybody, hey, at least go in there, have lunch, have a breakfast, but they're going to need our support, especially, it's really hard to open in September. So I think we can do that as a community, go in and support them, and as well as the other restaurants that are, that are making a go of it right now in tough times. So I think the more we spend money supporting our local small businesses, the better off our community is. So that's all I have.
All right. Councilor Woodson?
I have a signage request, and I didn't bring it up during Margaritaville because it's not their responsibility. But now that we have the detour and we go down Crescent Street, and then we now have the yield sign to take a left to get over the bridge, for people who are not familiar with the island, and we'll have more and more coming in as season gets started, people don't realize that in order to get back to North Estero, they can go straight and go around and go Old San Carlos and then take a right on North Estero. So I think we need some signage at Crescent and Fifth Street that says straight to North Estero and then pointing them around, and then a sign at Times Square that they turn right to North Estero.
These signs we just got in, they're currently in the Public Works office and are going to be put up in the next few days. So
Perfect.
they're nice and big. They're green.
Perfect, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Vice
Well, that
Mayor
was
Holt?
easy.
3 quick things. Andy and Frankie, this sand issue that Ron brought up this morning, when we had the quasi renourishment back in 17 or 18, they dredged sand over by the South Bridge, and it was riddled with shells, and we were assured this time that this area that they had selected, the sand would be pretty good. And so I know it's not going to be like the truck sand. The truck sand is spectacular, and we know it's not going to be white initially because it takes a while to bleach out. But if it is riddled with shells, I think that's something that we ought to, if that's indeed the case, that's something we probably ought to take a look at. I don't know if you've had a chance to review it or talk to Chad about it, or.
Yes, I mean, Chad's out there every day, and he has been looking at it from the last sample that came in. I did get an email during the meeting here that he did look at the other sample that came in. Again, from the location that it's being pumped out, and over here you have a little bit of storm action mixing up with that sand from Ian that was stored offshore. So I don't believe that's going to be, he can address it further to your question. I don't think that's gonna be the case.
Yeah,
totally.
that's like a Hollywood entrance. That's pretty impressive, yeah.
He plans this, you know.
Yeah.
Come on up, Chad.
Jed, who just was commenting, Ron had brought this box of sand that's riddled with shells. And we had some of these challenges in 18 or 17 when we did the dredging near the South Bridge. And we were kind of assured by the engineer that this is gonna be a pretty good crop of sand. Just your comment on it thus far, are you concerned?
Morning, everyone. Chad Schutz for the record. No, so our engineer is doing quality control testing. It is to be expected. We're going to get shells out of the Gulf. It's not going to be pure sand like the truck sand, but everything's so far so good and what to be expected. And what we're getting is what to be expected.
So at least the way it was described this morning, and I don't know if you were here, that it's riddled with shells. You're saying that may be an aberration, or that's just normal, or?
I saw the box that the gentleman brought in. There were shells in there. It does not seem to be a concern. It's not a concern to me. It's not a concern to our coastal engineer.
All right, thank you.
What about the shards and things that he said? He said there were shards of.
So there's going to be broken off shells. They can be sharp, but in that environment, the sand does kind of sand it away, so to speak.
So there's no kind of extra sifting process or anything else that is being required?
No, this is in line with FDEP beach compatible sand, and it's comparable to what was put on the beach out of the same borough area back in 2011. So what's been on our beach all this time is what's been pumped.
So what happens then? Does that change with raking and grooming and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it'll work itself out, and shells will migrate, and it's been underwater for tens of thousands of years, so it's going to take some conditioning.
Sounds like you're on it.
Yes, sir. Trying.
So there's nothing concerning you with the shells that are, it's in the normal scope of what's allowable or what's expected?
There's been no issues with quality control to date.
Okay.
My next item's for Frankie, but you may want to stick around because you may have a thought on it. I was talking to someone who's very knowledgeable and a builder on the island, who lives on the island. And he was referencing the problem, Frankie, and I don't expect you to know this off the top of your head, but you generally seem to know things like this, that there's a litany of wells on the island that people use for watering their lawn and for their pool and other things. And after the hurricane, there seems to be a proliferation of old wells that aren't capped. And sometimes they don't cap the old before they put a new one, or if they don't decide not to use the well anymore, they don't cap it and just leave it. And apparently soil and debris and toxins are getting into these old wells, potentially polluting the aquifer that serves the island. Have you seen this issue? Is it when we permit a new well, do we require them to cap the old well? I know enough to be dangerous here, but I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, there's certain rules and regulations that they have to follow, not only the county side, but also the state side. So are there contaminants getting into the aquifer? That's not for me to say. I'm not a scientist. But to your point, this is something that is controlled. So you're not just willy-nilly able to go and cap something off and drill something new. You have to be totally permitted, and so those people that are doing these things, they're regulated and they're watched. So it's not like they're being able to get away with anything. If we are having problems, then please let code enforcement know, and we can get after it that way.
Yeah, I think some of it's a public education process too, because people, they buy a property not knowing there's an old well there, not knowing that they should cap it.
You just can't take a post hole digger and dig your own well. So
Yeah, this is more capping the old ones, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, just thought on that. And then lastly, I see our Director of Human Resources still here. I just got to thinking the strategic plan that we just got done talking about and approved. Are we linking our performance metrics to the strategic plan? Will that be, because that's one way to keep a strategic plan from sitting on a shelf, is when you
Correct.
do performance metrics for employees and link it to the strategic plan.
That's why we're gonna have you set some goals, and then we'll also establish some lower tier goals that within what I consider golden threads that will tie to every employee and what they have to do to make sure that we're a success.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Counselor Kane?
Couple things. In lieu of what happened, the tragedy on Palermo with the loss of 2 individuals, folks came to me with concerns about third-party inspections, but it's my understanding, after checking with Nancy and Becky, that the town cannot do anything to limit third-party inspections. That's correct?
To prohibit,
Prohibit.
yes, that is correct.
Then
Because
how-
it's state law that allows that option.
The other question then is, how are we able to remove an individual from utilizing a third-party inspection now?
So they have a third party right now engaged to do these inspections. Is that the
And we've
scenario?
removed that right from them.
No, just for one person.
Yes, but that person, we've removed that.
Generally, those issues would go to the construction licensing board that the county has, that we would be filing a complaint against the contractor.
I believe Joe acted as a building official because he got complaints that the people that he said, that the contractor said he used, said they did not do those. So he has a right to stop it because he was getting false information.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The other issue is, going back to our previous public information officer, the town website was an issue, and I still think it's an issue, and I hear from Nicole that it's not capable of doing some things. Trying to find something in a search engine is atrocious. Are we sticking with what we have, or are we looking at changing?
We can look at anything. Yeah, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but I mean, we can always explore. I'm not sure what the contract is or what we have in place with the current provider, but there's always ways to explore, and a lot of it would be, some of our demands and what we need to put on them in order to be successful, but we'll just have to dig further into that and find out what and if any contract is in place with them and how we can get out of it. We can always get out of contracts.
If we could do that, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, that thing needs to be looked at. It's, when you go through there and the more you dig, sometimes you pull up the old website comes up when you're looking through things. So I don't know if there's ever been a time, or maybe before we were on council, but I don't know if there's ever been a time that it's actually thoroughly been gone through to make sure every link goes where it's supposed to. To your point, John, you try to search for something that's literally impossible to find, or you're gonna spend a half hour trying to track it
I
down.
know since Nicole's been on here, we've looked at pages and tried to, reform or conform to better way of doing things. So we can continue to dig deeper and, look at other options and see what we can do.
I know, with our sand dollars on the homepage, we're limited to the number of sand dollars
Correct.
we're able to have, so that's kind of frustrating in
Yep.
itself. So,
Yep.
thank you for looking into that.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all I have.
Okay, I just have a couple of things here. I'll try to be as quick as I can. The low-hanging fruit, easy one is I had a conversation with the town manager, and Chapel by the Sea is, where is that at as far as that etched glass thing? I know we had a conversation that it potentially could come to the town or not come to the town.
Vice Mayor's been in the middle of that.
I have been working with the entity that's been designated to utilize the funds and property from Chapel by the Sea. And I have heard formally that they're still engaged and interested in supporting that request. But at the same time, I heard from someone else who we all know and respect that prospects for that glass have now diminished. So I haven't heard anything formal yet, but it's been an ongoing correspondence. But at this point, formally, we're still under consideration, but haven't seen anything definitive yet.
I just thought if it was something that was moving forward, just a design idea for it would be really neat. Is you walk into the new town hall and that desk is gonna be there, to have that
Love
as
it.
the first thing you see when you walk in before you go into the chambers would be that. I just threw that out there
Like
if it
it.
ever goes anywhere. The other things lately, obviously, and helping people with their permitting, and what I've noticed, and I've talked with the town clerk, at some point, the county did the permitting and then the town took it over. I believe people just wanna find the documentation, and if they can't find it, it's a back and forth thing, and it takes up a lot
Correct.
of reresources.
Okay.
To your point, Mr. Mayor, we've had several conversations, myself and Matt Caldwell, about trying to address some of these things. We've done a couple of Teams meetings with his staff and our permitting staff, going back on other issues, but everything kind of does rope back into that. We have ongoing discussions, where we're gonna be having Matt come out here and discuss that with our team.
But is this a Matt Caldwell issue? I
No,
mean,
it's just a systems issue. So it's our system, their system, and how things are approached together. We don't have the world's greatest software. I don't know if anybody really does, but for.
Well, apparently needed as a county, because it sends
Correct,
it right back to us.
correct, and unfortunately, sometimes they don't play well together, so those are the discussions that we're having, to find a solution where we can have that unified talk back and forth between softwares.
If we could get that specific date out there as well as to when, or as close as possible.
Right.
To when the town took back over the permitting, because there's some discrepancies. I've told people what you've told me, and they're like, no, that's not true, so I wasn't involved in it, so I don't know, but if we can find that date so that people know where to go look for it and where to ask, and as I get information from the county, I'll obviously let staff know, and we can update as we need to, but as we're getting into things, and it's all stemmed from your point, John, that the issue that we had, people starting to look for things from the past and finding out that they appear to be permitted, but we can't find any documentation on it, which I'm not saying anything new to the staff. I know that they've been dealing with this for a long time, but it's something that we need to get cleaned up with the county to make it much easier for the end user. And then the last thing I have is the infrastructure stuff that we talked about. The tier side streets and what we're doing now, we know we've got the new, the pump being moved, and it's gonna decrease our water pressure, which is great. I have a concern, I know I keep harping on it, and people are probably tired of hearing me say it, but the system that we're designing and that we're putting in the ground now was designed pre-storm with what was in place then. We haven't reassessed that design. If any of my fellow council members are on board, I would like to encourage staff to get a second opinion, to get another firm outside of Tetra Tech to be able to come in and say, this is what you're going to need based on what these homes are gonna look like now, based on what potential future development could look like now. Obviously, you know, a single-family house that had 800 square feet and one bathroom now is gonna be 4,000 square feet, 4 bathrooms. That's gonna have an impact on our infrastructure. I'm not confident in speaking with some of the people doing our side streets, I'll just be blunt, that they're confident that what they're putting in the ground is gonna be sufficient for us into the future, and that's concerning. So, if they're saying that to me, who else are they saying it to? So, if my fellow councilors are on board with it, I would, whatever the process we need to do to implement looking at our critical infrastructure to make sure what we're putting in the ground is sufficient and we're not just spinning our wheels as we go forward. And also, if we could look into, I've had some complaints of people are doing work without a permit within an easement, a drainage easement on certain places on the island. So, I don't know if there's anything more stringent that we can do, Nancy, when it comes to people who are working within an easement, especially a drainage easement, and putting in structures without a permit. Obviously, we're going through the process that we have, but there's at least one person that's building something far outside the scope. We're aware of it, we've violated them, we're going through the code process, but they're essentially just throwing their nose up at us and telling us, fine me, we'll pay the fine. Same to what we've kind of dealt with in the past with certain
Yeah.
people. When
So-
it comes to easements, is there any other
Yes,
teeth that
so
we can put into
what
it?
we have to look at, our starting point is to figure out how did we get the easement in the first place? If there's a document itself, then it would possibly be a violation of the terms and conditions of that, and then that could be, resolved possibly through litigation, but hopefully, through some type of resolution before that. If it was part of a permit, a land use approval, then it would be a violation of the approval, and that could go to code as well.
Okay. So what happens in a scenario like that if this person's got it in his drainage easement that we have, and we need to go in there because it hasn't been done yet in one of the tiers, or it has been done but it's been damaged and we gotta fix it, and there are structures in the way, and we've gotta take the structure down to be able to do work within that easement?
Well, it's possible too that if that property owner did not give us the easement, if there's no agreement in place, they could be, they're basically trespassing, creating a nuisance situation. There's different ways we could go about it. The bottom line is that it needs to be removed because it's obstructing our ability to deliver services.
Okay. Did we get any other people that maybe if you wanna bring it to an M&P and discuss it about the?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think it's a very good idea what you suggested. Could we, just so we have something to compare it to, could whatever we charge this third-party firm with, whatever specs we charge them with discovering for us, can we also have the existing vendor do the same thing so we have something to compare?
Sure.
I mean, apart from each other.
Yeah,
And
this
that way,
is-
when they come out with the reports, we could kind of compare and contrast.
It's nothing against Tetra Tech, it's just they've always been the ones that designed it.
Yeah.
My my concern is that I don't feel what we've designed is gonna meet what we need going into the future. It's concerning.
And I'm happy to have somebody take a third look or take a second look at it. I just think whatever we charge them with, we ought to ask Tetra Tech to provide the same information, then we can have something to compare and contrast.
Is that something that we would have to put on RFP to do, or is it something that we could use under the state of emergency existing contracts?
We would look to see what type of CCMA contracts we have in place, that maybe we have another vendor or contractor who's already been vetted, that we could issue a task order to do. I'd also want to look at Tetra Tech's agreement and see what the terms and conditions are there as far as the inspections. Which staff member is going to be responsible for this?
Well, it came under, before we used to have a project manager that, when this whole thing was developed, when Andy and I first got here, that's since transferred to
Jeff?
Andy and I and Jason
You
and
guys.
whoever else picked up the yeoman's work of it, interpreting it.
Well, for Jeff now.
And it is Jeff now moving forward. But to your decree, sir, we do have a process in the works that could garner us some new eyes. We just have to get to that, and that's looking at new professional services that we have yet to vet.
And where, since we're on the topic, where are we as far as looking at the storm drains? I know I went and looked at one that was just down the street from my house, and that whole area, they've been complaining about flooding, and the storm drain, even after 3 days of no rain, is still plumb full of water, which is obviously, we've all gotten mosquito emails. So, I mean, it's all leading to that. Where are we at in the process of getting our vendor out to keep these storm drains clean?
So the vendor that we did use to use Earthview, we have contacted them, and they are active on the island as of today. They were out here a couple of weeks ago looking at some troubled areas for us. So it is one of those where we're revisiting their services, and also trying, at the same time, trying to get it in-house, so we don't have to be beholden to these vendors. They're looking at some of the most troubled areas. They're under contract, so we could do a whole area search again like we did before after the storm. When Andy and I first got here, Earthview was used. They started at North Estero and worked their way methodically almost to the very south end of the island, not only videotaping all the storm drains, but also cleaning them out as they went. And it was probably about a good 6 month.
So we have
time at that time.
videotaped all the drains. We know what's broken, what's not broken.
Yes, to this point, I believe we do. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that for sure, but
Wow.
I know that they did do videotaping on a lot of the system.
I would hope that would be part of what's in this
Yes.
scope that we're talking about, that, I mean, if there's damaged storm drains out there, we obviously gotta get out and fix them. And if we don't know about it, we should know about it.
Yes.
Just a second set of eyes, I think, would go a long way to make sure we're doing it, what we need to be doing for the future.
Yep.
Everybody okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Anything else? John?
In the immortal words sung by the Western Swing Group, Asleep at the Wheel, I recommend we bump bounce boogie on out of here and get ready for the second meeting. Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, just a reminder, we'll be back at 5:01 tonight for the budget hearing, the first budget hearing. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 1:06.